Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
Good morning and welcome to the regular council meeting in town of Qualicum Beach. I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, in particular the Qualicum First Nation. With that, we'll start the ball rolling by the adoption of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda? I have one under housing, which is this is under Mr. Sales Department, number 10.4-C. We're going to get a housing needs report. Any other changes requested for the agenda? Then the agenda is adopted by consent. And we'll start the consent agenda, and we're going to do it in pieces. So I'd like to start off from staff recommendation A to H, which is the minutes of the previous meetings. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Seeing none, sorry, pardon me? Go ahead.
Well, I think there were just a few typos and things that had been submitted, so, and spellings of
Yeah, I know
names
some
and
names,
stuff. So
some names
anyways,
were missed up, so we got those. Thank
we
you.
got those.
Okay. So with that, the minutes are approved by consent. Then the correspondence log. Anything needs to be discussed from the correspondence log? Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, Worship, just a couple of things. One, the letter from UBCM is a little bit confusing. One thing I do at UBCM is I try to schedule one-on-one meetings, and I go in and I say, I am not representing the town, and then the letter says, thank you for your delegation from the town. So it's a little bit confusing. That's not what I do. But it is something that in terms of the expense of UBCM, which is actually a lot of money per councillor, it's a way, if you want to talk about broader provincial policy, you don't go behind council's back and discuss council business. That is not kosher. But if you have a brilliant idea for something for the province, it's a really good use of their time and yours. And then there's just one other thing, too. There was an email. I thought I sent it to corporate services about a month ago, but maybe I didn't make it. But there was I guess I'll just discuss it in my liaison, in my report in that section there, from Echo Players about the mural. After Thanksgiving dinner, a gentleman talked to me about how someone had mentioned in the community about 5 months ago the mural might need some work in the near future, and then a gentleman at Thanksgiving dinner was from Echo Players. He said, oh yeah, I looked at it, and it does actually need some work soon. So I'm not sure the history of the mural, so if there was town involvement in the past, it's something we should think about, because it is starting to get, yeah, it needs some work.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Well, as far as a meeting with ministers or staff, I think it'd be good to let the rest of council know, because we can go through the Premier's office asking for delegations. As far as the mural, it was done by fundraising. There were a lot of money required. I think it was over $60,000. And there was always question about the method by which they did the mural, because usually they painted right on the wall. But they did it differently, and there was concerns raised at the time, but that's really an Echo Players issue. Thank you. So with that, the correspondence log is also approved or accepted by consent. And then we'll go from J, and these are based on the dates that we had these recommendations to council, and it goes from basically 1 to 29. It's Roman numerals, but it's from 1 to 29. So normally what I think happened in the past, at least at the regional district, and we had a meeting yesterday from 9:30 till 6 o'clock almost, and if we had to redebate every motion that was, or recommendation that was passed from a committee meeting to the council, the board meeting, you wouldn't been here today. I'd be still there. So I think what I thought was appropriate, because these were approved, most of them unanimously, that we could approve them as a package. So I need a motion to approve basically J, 1 to 29, as part of a consent agenda. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, there was a bunch of questions I had on these, actually.
Well, then pull out the ones you like, and then we can discuss those.
Oh, it's going to be a list. Okay. So that would be 4, 5, 6. I had a couple questions on 7 and 9, 10 and 15, 16, 18, 19, 25, 27, and 29. Yeah. So that's why I had a few questions. So maybe just go through each of them. Do you have any questions? Because most of these I think we'll still go through. That's still only a third. So most of these will just be, I think, be approved. But
Was other councillors wanted to pull some of these out other than the ones mentioned? Go ahead.
I would prefer that we just quickly go over each one, and it shouldn't take that long if we don't have anything to say, but let's just go one by one, if that's possible.
Council agrees with that? Because if we take your list, it's shorter than going to go every one of them. So we'll go with Scott's list. That's okay? So number 4. Go ahead, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so just for the records management, I know this is something where the budget's being increased from 20 to 60,000 in 1 year, and I think it was spread over 2 years previously. And I just wanted to have a brief 2-second conversation about that budgetary increase, why there's a budgetary increase and what's being included. I recall the discussion. I think it's reasonable. I just wanted to double check also for the public too, because I think the public feedback for the initial 9.6 is going to be, can you do less than that? So that was just the first question.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So originally that had been spread over 2 years. I'll look over to the Director of Finance. I believe it was 30 and 30. So we're now combining it under 60 under 1 year.
Okay. And number 5.
So just the one thing here was that the debate there was just to address some of the, I think Councillor Skipsey and I would agree that some of those measures to reduce DCCs are a little bit outdated. But usually when you're doing that, there would also be a bit of a conversation of what is the economic reality on the ground in Qualicum Beach today. And if we just remove it without addressing what the economic reality is today, we might actually make some of the redevelopment of the downtown more difficult. And I don't think that would be, that's something which I think there's several properties in our downtown where we would like to redevelop that site. So I'm just wondering if this very modest budget, will there be any sort of understanding of the economics when we're looking at adjusting our DCC waiver policy?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think importantly, this isn't a review of the DCC bylaw in its entirety. It's a review of the Town of Qualicum Beach Downtown Development Cost Charge Reduction bylaw. So that was a very specific piece. And with your permission, Your Worship, the Director may want to add a comment.
Thank you. Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So further to Councillor Harrison's question, the scope was relatively minor and it does not include public consultation or economic analysis.
Because I was just thinking that is something we're going to want to talk about, is downtown revitalization. It's probably also going to overlap a bit with the grant for the Pathways to Sustainable Development. They'll probably want to talk about our downtown, because that is where most of our economic activity takes place. So if we're not going to do it there, we might want to consider it in the other place.
Yeah, and traditionally, after we approve an official community plan, we also would look at, and this one in particular, because it's about housing, is how we use the DCCs. Number 6.
That one, I just, when I'm looking at the airport master plan and this financial plan, I know it's 100% grant funded, and there's no guarantee we'll get the grant, but it is a lot of staff time. And that's just something where I just have some concerns that we're starting to load up a lot in 2025 in terms of staff time as well. But I wouldn't necessarily pull it, but I'm pretty sure if I asked staff, they'd say this is something that we can manage within the next year.
Thank you. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this initiative is actually planned for 2026. There's another resolution that does talk about combining it, the name, amending the title, which is Airport Master Plan with Business Plan. And we did talk about it being a potential tool for discussing the airport as more of a regional amenity. And with your permission, Your Worship, the airport manager might want to add a comment.
Mr. Goldfuss, would you like to add a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. It will require a fair bit of staff time, but as the CAO has indicated, it'll be looked at in 2026.
All right. Number 7.
Number 7, sorry, I was up at an ungodly hour reviewing everything and making notes. So I'm trying to review my notes as I go. My apologies. But just for the comprehensive policy review, the one note I have is who will be undertaking that? Would that be done by a third party or would that be done internally by staff?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So right now that hasn't been determined. We do have some corporate services support that we're hoping can undertake this, but either way there will be a cost associated with this. And the policy review really, as discussed in strategic planning, does represent significant risk if not attended to.
All right. Number 9.
And then the next thing for the housing announcement implementation, zoning update, and legal fees. The one question I had is just, was it a legal requirement that set down from the province that we have to implement that? Or is this an additional thing that we're doing as a town?
Mr. Seals.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. As a follow-up to the next year's official community plan review, the town is required in 2026 to bring the zoning bylaw into compliance with the OCP.
Okay. Number 10.
All right, number 10, we had the debate before, just flagging again. I think this is something that we don't have to spend $50,000 for. If I recall the exact scoping sheet, it was more about determining appropriate sites for potential future non-market housing developments, whether it's through an ownership model that Councillor Vander was talking about or something else. But I'm just curious because I remember when we chose the railway site, we had several locations recommended by staff. So I'm just wondering, are we going to derive value above and beyond what we had in that report several years ago?
Yeah, and I think it's also part of the OCP review, housing-focused OCP review. Mr. Seals?
Thank you. So further to Councillor Harrison's point, identifying sites that could be used for affordable or market housing is a part of the discussion. That the follow-up part of that is, though, whether there's different forms of tenure or partnerships that we should consider. So as an example, there are scenarios where the town provides land to a third-party affordable housing provider. We have examples of that with Kiwanis, but there's other examples where the town provides land at market rate for housing, maybe with some conditions around resale. There's lots of different housing strategies out there that blend market and non-market elements. And I think that the intention of this, if I understand it correctly from Council's previous discussion, is to really explore in a whole blend of options and not just focus solely on the non-market subsidized housing such as we've seen more recently with Kiwanis. Thank you.
All right. Councillor.
But I'm thinking, instead of spending money on consultation, could you task each individual council member to do some research on the different strategies and how we can get to affordable housing, whether someone does research on a co-op, someone does the research on infill housing, and just some other steps with your guidance instead of having a consultant fee?
Thank you. Ms. Varela.
Again, so, Your Worship, this wouldn't be a standalone fee. We would work with the consultant who will be assisting with the OCP review. And again, research really is a staff duty. It is a technical operational exercise. Staff does the research. We bring that information to council, and then council makes a governance decision, just for clarity for the community.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Councillor Vander.
Thank you. Well, I am the councillor that brought this forward, and I very firmly believe that we do need to look at different housing options and the town's, the value of the town's land in those options. And I think we're looking at both the use of the land and the tenure, the ownership of the land. So I think it's a very valuable process for the town and does incorporate nicely with the OCP review, which is based on housing.
And it doesn't mean that councillors individually cannot do some research on their own. That's a given. That's what council does. I've experienced that here. So I think that's no problem. So I think what Ms. Varela stated and the purpose of it, I think makes sense. So any other comments on that one? All right, number 15.
All right, thank you very much, Your Worship. Sorry for the list.
No, that's okay.
So 15, the only issue I have is with the last sentence, which is the "and further at." Reason being, if I recall how we expanded it to include the community park, and there were basically two locations. I think it was Milner Gardens and the community park were the two they asked. No, there's another one. Grandin Creek Ravine, right. And so there's two sites which are never going to be touched. They're never going to be changed, so it makes perfect sense to include that. It's just that some of the other sites, when they did their delegation request, were public land that are not zoned for parks. And so I think that's something that if we wanted to expand that, I'm not sure what we're doing because I know the OCP has sort of been changed a bit with all the provincial requirements. But if we wanted to look at land use more broadly in terms of expanding what is a park, what isn't, what should be preserved, what's not, an OCP process where we're looking at that might be a really good way of doing that, as opposed to having a separate line item to do essentially making a big decision about the long-term future of our land. And the reason I'm saying that is that if we get the report back that land that is publicly owned but not preserved at present, and they say you have to preserve this for ecological reasons, that might be perfectly valid, but that might create other issues. So I'm just wondering about that. I think staff have some comments. Sorry.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this particular project would be outside the scope of a housing-focused official community plan. The other subject lands related to the well fields, DL10, things like that. So that really would be a standalone piece of work, because I think what we want to make sure is that wouldn't impact any future work that the town needs to take on those lands. So it would be outside of the scope of the OCP, but staff have recommended for that project to be undertaken in 2027.
And it would still always come back to council for the final approval.
And then 16, I know Ms. Varela just made the point a second ago that staff did the research. This is something, I know it's only $5,000, but I'm happy to do research on my own. I've done some research papers for Parks Council in the past, but you know, really the intent was to just look at a few models, not to do a third-party consultant review.
All right. Ms. Varela.
Thank you. So perhaps I could just clarify. There's two parts to my comment about staff undertakes research. Staff undertakes research and writes a staff report and then brings that to council. And I think that really is the distinction, is we don't see council writing staff reports for the benefit of the public or council. So I just wanted to clarify that, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is number 18.
Yeah, and I'll just say I've seen some weird agendas from Victoria in the past. Not saying that's a best practice. I'm just saying I've seen things. But the goal was to that, because that was basically my thing, and there's a budgetary allotment. I'm fine removing the budget from that. The budget provision 25,000. I think that's something where we were talking. I believe while the mayor was away about basically. Ensuring that there is capital being invested in our climate change adaptation plan and making sure that that's an ongoing commitment. I was just wondering if there's any clarification about the 25,000, how it would be spent or how it would be used. Because we have a few things in our budget where it says 10,000, for example, for tourism and small business, and 25,000 for this. Maybe, I think Councillor Skipsey might have more clarity on that.
Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. Yes, originally we had, there was 25,000 set aside for a consultant, and I was not necessarily happy with that. So I think what we did was we moved it forward to strategic planning in 2020 for 2026, and we would talk about how that money is to be spent this next fall when we have our strategic planning.
Thank you. Number 19.
Okay, so this is the one where we had some discussions with staff where we didn't have the airport manager when we were originally looking at the scoping sheet, and the staff recommendation was to not advance this. I was just wondering, before we formally advance this in a council meeting, maybe if the the airport manager could briefly say why staff did not recommend that, because this is a very technical area, and I'm sure if they say we don't recommend, there's a good reason for that.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Mr. Goldfuss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question, Councillor Harrison. So the airport has one runway, runway 2911. So with a runway, there is an extended runway. So when we talk about this proposal for a noise-sensitive area, it actually is west of the airport, which we call runway 29. So typically, you do not have a noise-sensitive area in a flight path, okay? And for good reason, because that would be restricting airspace. And we as an airport authority cannot restrict airspace. In addition to that, we feel that there is a potential conflict with the current noise abatement procedure. And the current noise abatement procedure is very clear. And it's that pilots must fly out 2 nautical miles extended runway and or 1,000 feet before they can make a a turn to the north, 1,000 feet above sea level. So there's a potential conflict there as well. So that's why we recommended against this proposal, because, again, it's going to be interesting, and we're going to have to engage moving forward with consultation with Transport Canada and NAV Canada if we proceed.
Thank you.
Now, this doesn't have, I don't know if there's necessarily a dollar figure attached to that. Do you have a rough idea of how much time that would take in terms of that consultation process? I know you might not have an answer for that. I'm just wondering if we have a ballpark answer.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Council did direct, actually Committee of the Whole directed we would undertake the bylaw review and this piece of work. So work planning has anticipated that. Expenses really are going to be the staff time likely. We might know more once we actually get into discussions with NAV Canada and Transport Canada, but again, we haven't done that preliminary work until Council ratified this resolution. So it is anticipated in work planning based on the preliminary discussion at Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Yes, as the liaison for the Qualicum Woods neighborhood, I've worked quite closely with them on some of their concerns, and they have provided to council and staff information where noise sensitive areas have been designated or can, and the legislation or the framework that allows that to happen. So they have provided examples where it has happened in other locations, and also where just single properties have been identified if there's somebody that is really in an extreme situation, like we heard the other night. So I think that that is why I have pushed to look at this, just to understand what would be involved. And I understand that if there's a noise-sensitive area that's under the flight path, that could cause some issue. But the neighborhood has also agreed that they will work with the community and with council to manage expectations around that, you know, it is under a flight path. So you have to expect a certain amount of air traffic.
Yes, and in the vein of doing research ourselves as individual councillors, I've spoken with pilots who have been here many, many years, and also companies. And they said in other areas, we go to 500 feet, not 1,000 feet. Because at 500 feet, we could turn much quicker. I mean, these are not 747 jets. These are small planes. They can turn, like the guy said, like a car. You get up 500 feet, we can make a turn. You don't have to go 2 miles and to 1,000 feet. So there may be some good reason why we continue to examine this. It's been a source of many complaints. And as Councillor Skipsey said, we will also work with the people who are affected by this. So this is not a one-sided conversation. This is a conversation for the community. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, staff would take direction. I think the question was, why did staff recommend against back a few meetings ago? The rationale has been provided. Staff will take the direction. I think we would remain curious about, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing on the noise sensitive areas as originally proposed with the scoping sheet. There may be pockets that are achievable. So we just want to stay curious, do our research, and then report back to council for their governance. Thank you.
I like that. Stay curious. All right. So we can carry on with that. Councillor Harrison, number 25.
So yeah, there was an article about 4 days ago in the Times Colonist. The City of Victoria has implemented a citywide 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, and the total cost was $100,000 for the whole City of Victoria. Yeah. So it's just flagging that. I don't think the recommendation needs to be changed, but that for me was dollar value. I'd be very curious how they kept it so low. Because I thought it would be a lot more for a city of that size. Yeah. So that's just something where, when we're looking at that one in particular, that there might be a reality on the ground in 6 months, which are a lot cheaper than our earlier estimates. Oh, sorry, I should let you.
No, I agree. I saw the article, and I think other communities have followed that same path before Victoria, actually. So, yeah, thank you. 29.
And I'm just checking here because it says funded from property taxation, then the additional resources 0.5 in 2029, which is essentially at the far end of the plan. And I just wanted to double check that that's That's additional to the earlier budget resolution where we had 50,000 or 0.5%, pardon me, for improvements through the accessibility plan. It's not replacing it, is just what I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison, and I appreciate drawing these issues out because they are taking up a lot of our time, responding to people, concerns. Traffic issues are always a concern, and I think putting them out there the way we have, I think shows that we've listened and we want to follow up on them. And that's the whole idea of all these scoping sheets. We've never done this before. And I've only been here 28 years, but I've never seen this before. So this is a good method to identify exactly what we're doing and what it's going to cost. So the next section is under, sorry, Councillor Young.
There is one that I'd like to go back to, which is number 13, the Pollinator Pathways Policy Development. It is suggested that it not be included in the year 2025. And I'm thinking that it doesn't really, I'm not thinking it's any extra costs, and just like to ask the Parks Department if they could, when it comes to planting and that, to be using the pollinator pathways kind of system.
Thank you. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So staff are requesting that the scoping sheet be closed because we would actually operationalize this within the Parks Department work plan, and I think it would involve signage and some planning in advance. So it's not that we wouldn't be doing pollinator pathways. We actually do a lot of work currently on that, but again, it's how can we consider that at the operational level rather than taking it out of Council's strategic initiatives.
Thank you. I like that. That's part of a new way of doing things. We don't have to make it a point. It's automatic. That's what Qualicum Beach does. I think it's a feather in the cap of park staff and the manager of those services that we're on the same page. We don't have to push staff to do things. They are aware of what's happening in the world, and pollinator pathways are part of the things that are happening in the world, and they're doing that. Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, I just had a bit of a similar concern, only because there isn't a motion to do that, and everything else we've motioned, or there's a note from staff or something, and this one, there's no indication that that's what's going to be happening, so I don't know whether we need a motion or what staff's preference is, but...
I think to have it indicated, because it's a positive thing. We often say things we don't want to do, but this one we do want to do. So because I think it's well received by all of council, staff, and the public, I think it would be entirely appropriate to have it on the record that this pollinator pathway process is now part of our operations. Whether that's a motion, because it's already happening, so it's just a declaration that this is already what we're doing. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So staff could offer bringing back a memo in 2025 to actually show the work on pollinator pathways that we are achieving at the operational level. So that would be for the benefit of council and the public.
Excellent, thank you. So I think that concludes the first package. Oh, Councillor.
Sorry, just this package that we've just discussed. If we move this forward,
Which one?
All of this.
Yeah.
Does that affect, where does our tax increase stand? Will we be able to decrease any of it, or is this part of a 9.6 tax increase if we put all this into motion?
Mr. Hare.
So these initiatives themselves do not directly impact the tax increase. The presentation that I'll have in addition to the report, I will talk a little about that. The tax increase is impacted by the contribution that's made to the Strategic Initiatives Reserve and not by the individual, and then these projects themselves are funded out of that reserve, so they don't directly impact the 9.6% at all.
Okay, Ms. Varela.
And perhaps some additional clarification, Your Worship. So if council did decide to reduce the initiatives, the contribution to the Strategic Initiatives Reserve, you could still achieve what is planned in 2025. It would be 2026 and beyond that we'd have to come back to you with adjustments.
Yes, and that comes up later on the agenda as well, for the opportunity to bring that tax increase down. So Are there any other items on this section? Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, just literally the last one, which was 29.
Yeah. Yes, thank
The
you.
rail control.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, there was a gentleman in the community who said, well, what if we just don't put in the signalization? And he was referring specifically to First and Memorial, where we've delayed doing significant improvements there because the proximity to a live rail line means we have to spend an ungodly amount of money to put in rail signalization for the vehicle that comes by maybe once a year. His question was, and I'm not suggesting, of course, we don't do what we're supposed to do, but what would be the consequence if we just didn't put in the rail signalization? And if it becomes live in the future, well, we can add it, there's space to add it, but we don't actually do the expense.
We'd like to tackle that. Mr. Dickinson. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this particular item is to actually send a motion to AVICC and through to UBCM. So the actual capital project is in a subsequent section with a pedestrian crossing that we can chat about. So does that help, Your Worship?
Yep, it's just lobbying.
Forgive me, it's just I've been seeing this ball being batted back and forth for the railway for some time before I even became elected, and it seems to be carrying on in that vein right now. So I was just seeing if we could cut the Gordian knot, and that's it.
And this is where council, when we go to these events, can work to focus on the motions that we have passed here. Because with this, you have the mandate as individual members of council to try and advance that whenever you speak with anybody who may have a say on this. Thank you. So the next section, unless I see other ones, all right, is from the meetings that we had on December 11th, and it's under the letter K, and there's 10 of them. Does anyone want to pull any one of those out? Councillor Harrison.
Just a couple, one for the improved soccer facilities, and the other was the tree protection bylaw. I know we're going to be debating it in a second in the meeting anyways, but there's just one question I had about that.
Okay,
so.
we'll start with number 4. Go ahead.
So the first for the improved soccer facilities, I know in my first term, Oceanside Youth Soccer Society, which became Oceanside Football Club, they had I believe it was $220,000 grant for improved facilities. Do you know if they still have that grant, or because it's been several years? I'm not sure if they would have had to return that to the province. I think it was a gaming grant they got a lot of money from.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, we don't have a record of what their financial holdings are right now. So this essentially would do the needs assessment because they are one a key group that operates in the community park, but there are others as well. So the needs assessment would be more holistic. Thank you.
And the shipping container, I've gone there when they practice on or play games on Saturday mornings, and that parking lot next to the skateboard park is full of stuff, and they're all packing it in individual backs of cars or trucks, and they said, could we please have a place where we could keep all this stuff so when we don't have to do this every time. And I thought that's a reasonable request, and that's a reasonable thing for us to advance the use of the ball fields. There must be hundreds of kids that play there, girls and boys. And it's very exciting to watch the passion that they have to chase that ball, all of them at the same time, in the same direction. So it's a wonderful thing, but the parents are stuck packing all the soccer balls and netting and other gear. So I thought this is a good indication from us. Tell them, we love what you're doing, coaches, all volunteers, and if this helps you, we'll be happy to do it.
Yeah, and I would add too, soccer is by far the most popular sport for youth in Canada.
Yeah.
And given we're in an area that doesn't get a lot of snow, I played soccer up in Prince George, which is colder weather for part of the year. So I'd imagine it's probably even higher than the national average here, but it's double the next sport. And then the tree bylaw.
Which one is that?
Oh, number 1, the first
Number
one.
1, okay.
That's one where I don't think we should repeal it altogether, but just the idea would be we might want to consider suspending it for 1 year, deferring that to the next year for the 40,000. But I do think that there's problems with it, and that is fixable. And in the long run, we should have a tree bylaw. But I'm just cognizant of every little bit we can try to do to try to reduce our expenditures this year, because we're going to get some emails, I'm sure.
Yes, I personally agree with doing this because we promised we would do a review. And because the bylaw as it stands has created some confusion and actually creates more staff time than I think this consultant would take. So for us to deal with it and settle it, I think would be more to the point that we said we would do it, and also to allow people who are frustrated with this bylaw the way it stands, that we could address them. And I hope actually that it won't be late in 2025, but early in 2025. Thank you. Councillor Young.
I'm just wondering if we could just have a meeting on the tree bylaw and engaging the public and seeing what we come up with before we find the need to have a consultant and spend $40,000.
For me, I think we have had 3 bylaw discussions with a committee of the whole type structure, and we know and we understand the frustration to the point where some have spoken and said, repeal it, get rid of it. So we had quite a spread of how people feel about the tree bylaw. And rather than having another committee of the whole going through the same thing, because the issues, we know the issues, is to say, okay, we need some third-party expertise, and we have one. Is the fellow that was working on it years ago comes back, we can come up with a plan that is better and maybe suits the community that we have better than what we currently have in place. And I think that's worth some money. Staff is going to be busy doing so many other things, and also having somebody who is kind of third party would be more appropriate in my case, in my consideration. So I'd like to keep it in unless council votes to change it. All right. Anything else? You had another couple of things, Councillor Young? Then that package from 1 to 10 under K is also adopted by consent. Then we have number L, and there were some more meetings on December 11th, and there is 2, the third quarter update and the capital expenditure budget provision for $40,000 be transferred. So what does council feel? I think we need to take a motion on whether we accept this or not. So I need a motion for that number 1 and separately for number 2. Number 1, you move that motion? Thank you. Councillor Harris, Councillor Skipsey, second. Discussion. No discussion necessary. It speaks for itself. So we'll get the quarterly update, and I think that's part for what we do now. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And the second one. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison seconding. Discussion. All in favor? Carried. Carried. Then we have the business arising from the minutes, and there was one on October 21st. And there is one regarding the Ravensbourne Affordable Housing Project. I'd like to ask Mr. Sales to introduce this.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. So the Ravensbourne Affordable Housing Project is described in the scoping sheet earlier, but essentially it depends on, one, a plan for what kind of housing the town would like to see in this location, and second, it also depends on a third-party partner to undertake this in collaboration with the town. So the actual budget allocation is relatively minor. It doesn't account for a scenario where the town is undertaking it on its own. The reason for the time shift is that the town is undertaking an official community plan review next year, and that's the first step in this, is to determine where and how housing should be developed in the first place before we skip ahead and start identifying a partner for this particular project. So the timing just reflects that OCP followed by zoning update and then on into this potential partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'll be looking for a motion for this. Councillor Skipsey, you moved staff recommendation? Yes. Have a seconder? Councillor Vander, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so the reason that I don't support this is that we don't control when the funds are being dispersed by higher levels of government. And right now, there's record amounts being invested in this. And in 3 years' time, there might not be any funds available. Who knows? If a member of the provincial government gets terribly ill, and then there's a by-election, and it changes sides, who knows? Federal government's going to change in a year, likely. So some of these programs aren't guaranteed in 2 or 3 years' time. And to put it in context of how much money those programs are, the capital costs, most of it is a mortgage for the railway project. It's about $10 million to build. Most of that is repayable at basically no cost. But there's an ongoing subsidy as well. And this year it's $313,000, or 2026, I guess, when they opens in the start of the year. And if you do a 2% increase every year for 60 years, which is the operating agreement, that's $30 million transferred to the province into our town. So literally that's the largest transfer of money from the province to our town ever, by a fair margin. So that's just why I say that these programs are very generous when you look at the long term. It's a headache for the nonprofit to operate, but that's not our issue. That's their issue. So that's why I just worry that if we defer it for 2 or 3 years, that's one thing. I will say, too, that the original idea I had for Ravensbourne was something for very young workers, because you have a lot of workers who have to live at home with their parents for a very long time. And then I talked to some very young people about the idea, and they're like, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. So it might not be the best location or the best initial idea, but I just, again, come back to the point I made earlier about how we had a sheet when we chose a railway project that had 2 or 3 locations already, and that might be something we want to look at, because it was an in-camera discussion when we chose that location for a railway. We might want to just revisit that before we make a final decision on this. Because if we have 2 or 3 locations that are already OCP compliant, I don't think we'd be reducing density, because the province has basically said, here's your population target, you have to have the zoning for that. If it's a location that's not currently zoned appropriate, like an OCP amendment, fair argument. But I think there might be 1 or 2 town-owned lots. I'm trying to remember, I'm sorry, it was like 4 years ago when we chose the location, and I'm a bit fuzzy on that. But we might want to revisit that in an in-camera, like where we have the original staff recommendation that was OCP compliant, or if there's no lots that are, so be it, there's no lots that are. But I worry that we miss out on an opportunity while we get all our ducks in a row, and then the province and feds have changed and there's no money left.
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. So Councillor Harrison raises the point that there were potentially other sites considered for affordable housing in the past. And that discussion is probably a really good one to occur next year in the official community plan review, and then subsequently that housing research project which accompanies the official community plan. So at this point, I think staff would be hesitant to just jump in and start picking sites, just because we are heading into that process next year. However, Councillor Harrison raises a good point that funding is unpredictable and could change when governments change. So this is entirely a governance decision, but staff would recommend staying the course, doing the OCP review with that housing research next year, and let's see where that takes us.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that is the best way to go, but I'm open for a discussion on the timing of it. Mr. Councillor Vander Valk.
Yeah, my feeling is that the town needs to do what we need to do to find out what we want to have happen. And I don't know that we really can speculate on what the government is going to be and what the government is going to do. There are strong indications, but you never know. So I wouldn't count on or use that as a basis for our decision making. And as well, I think that the assumption that there necessarily is going to be just subsidized housing built, again, if we're looking at options, then there may be options for town-owned properties that wouldn't rely on government funding at all. If we can look at the options and see what else is available, then I think that would be preferable for the town.
Yes, I've talked about one of the options, and that is the 8-acre piece, high shape at the airport, which is very similar to the size and how it's situated to the Millstream Haven Park, has mobile homes on it. It's a strata, I think, or co-op.
Co-op.
But what I had in mind several terms ago, after consulting with a land use planner, is that you could break that up in small lots, probably about 60, 70 small lots, and people would buy those. And I think in many cases, people could afford to buy a piece of property and have their name on title for $80,000 to $100,000. Water and sewer is there. A bus goes by every hour. There's a path to go into town or a path down to the school. And then use the proceeds. So you do the math, 70 times, say, $100,000 is $7 million. You could buy another piece of property and repeat that process. But people would actually own something and pay taxes on that. And they have a future that we could put restrictions on this, that you can speculate it, and it's not for people who want to spend the summer here and the winter in Arizona or someplace else, but it's for people who actually need a place because they work here. And they can't afford to rent or they can't afford to buy, but this gives them a step up or into the process where they can actually own something. So that's another option where we don't need provincial funding. It would be a whole different concept, and I've always thought it was possible. But I've never had the support or enough support to say, let's actually explore that. And it's something you could do. You don't have to do the whole thing. You can say, okay, we'll push the road in. We'll do 6 on either side. And if that works, we'll just continue on. So anyway, that's another option where I think without depending on provincial or federal funding, it's just allowing people to buy something, to buy a piece of the pie in Qualicum Beach. And the people who are unable to rent, I've spoken to several of them. I said, if that happened, would you be in? Oh, absolutely, sign me up. So, or for their kids, yes, it's time they move out. So we'll help them buy a piece so they can go somewhere else. So anyway, I think that's something else we can discuss. But at this point, I agree with the recommendation, with what staff has to do already with the OCP review. And a lot of these issues, because we know when you do the OCP review on housing, obviously we want to know what sites would be advisable to have this kind of housing that we're discussing. And I think that's a good thing and it needs to happen. So I'm in favor of the staff recommendation. Further discussion. Councillor Harrison.
I just point out, though, for that site, our OCP has a lot of language for different types of businesses at the airport. And we had the lovely experience in the previous term where it was something that was, it was a $3 million, to the point Councillor Vander made in a committee of the whole meeting about known manufacturing. It was a manufacturing investment that was being made in the town for wood manufacturing. So value-added, glulam, $3 million French couple for foreign direct investment. And it was explicitly in the ministerial mandate order, and then the province says, no, you can't do that. We won't bend any rules to help you out. So the one thing with that land is that if there's something that lines up with our OCP, I know earlier there was a very busy council table talking about solar panel manufacture at the airport when the OCP was being reviewed the last time, because I remember I was at a little table for demographic diversity and very less busy than the one in the corner with Bill Lutmeyer. But that might be the only spot at the airport where we could actually put that, because the province is so restrictive. So I just flagged that lot might have a commercial use that can't go anywhere else.
And I'm not precluding any conversation that come about, but I know that piece is not in the airport land, so it has options. But rather than debating what could happen there, the motion is to basically make it part of the OCP review. So any other discussion? Ms. Varela. We're on number 1A.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So the staff recommendation is that the timeline and budget for the initiative titled Ravensbourne Affordable Housing be shifted from 2025 to 2027 in the financial plan after consideration of land use designations during the OCP review.
Yeah, and I support that recommendation. Further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. Thank you. You, Councillor Young, you're opposed to that? You were opposed? Okay, Councillor Young opposed as well. Then we have B, request for increased service from the Parks Department. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is actually one of the initiatives before Council that does have direct staff or tax implications. So staff are recommending that you defer this discussion of this until presentation of the financial plan report by the Director of Finance later in the agenda.
Thank you. A motion to defer. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. So not deferred to a future date, just later in the meeting. Then we have 2A, A. And that is the Memorial Avenue interim intersection improvements. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we do have a capital project proposal, which is the installation or improvements of intersection on Memorial Avenue in Harlech. Subsequently, we did receive a notice of motion from Councillor Skipsey that could affect that committee of the whole recommendation as it stands. So I just wanted to flag that for you.
Okay, and we'll go through this as normal procedure with as far as making motions and amendments. So if I could have the motion on 25 Cap Highway 04, and then we can make Councillor Harrison, Councillor Young, discussion, and now you can make your amendment.
Well, I was wanting to move my motion, because it is a little bit different than what the staff have recommended, but.
Okay, so you want to paint a crosswalk?
Yeah.
And what we're talking about is the red and white stripes rather than white and on black top. This would be obviously from Veterans Way across the Memorial Avenue towards where we are planning to build a new cenotaph. So make your motion.
Okay. Well, I would like to move the notice of motion.
All right, have a second for that? Councillor Harrison, discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
Okay. Well, just that we've heard a lot of concern from people about that public safety in that area. And I think almost at every council open house that subject was coming up, the intersection in that area. And I think this might also have the similar effect of a road mural. It'll catch people's attention and wonder why it is. And I think it's perfect timing in that we're putting in the crosswalks anyways. And it will connect Veterans Way to the new cenotaph. And I thought, well, before I go ahead and put this forward, I should probably talk to somebody at the Legion and see if this is something that they would actually endorse. And the person I spoke to felt it would be very much appreciated by the people there. So.
Yeah.
That is why I'm putting this forward.
Thank you. So just to make sure that the motion that we're going to vote on is clear, we haven't voted on anything. Ms. Svensson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Harrison moved the original A, and so I was wondering if Councillor Harrison would like to withdraw that, because technically that's the motion. We have two motions on the floor right now. So Councillor Harrison moved and Councillor Young seconded A, and then we went to the notice of motion with Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Harrison seconding. So we actually have two motions on the floor.
Well, actually, you want us to amend. Wasn't it a motion to amend?
No, Councillor Skipsey's is a full new motion.
Then I stand to be corrected. Let's start with a brand new motion from Councillor Skipsey. That includes both issues.
Are they in conflict, just through the chair to staff?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So one sees a budget increase. So the original motion had a capital project value of $115,000. The notice of motion or the amended motion would see that increased to $124,500.
So for clarity, if council voted on and furthered that, would that include the amendment? I think that makes it cleaner.
I think to the mayor's point, I'll just withdraw. And then that way, at the end further, that includes that essentially the same thing. And then it's all in one cohesive motion.
So we're basically voting, if you make a motion on further that, make that the recommendation? Would that make it clear?
Sorry, Your Worship. If Councillor Harrison is withdrawing his motion, that clears everything. Councillor Skipsey moved the notice of motion with the two pieces, so everything's there, and Councillor Harrison seconded that. So we have a good motion on the floor with the two sections. We just need to vote on both.
Yeah, do we need to vote separately or can they in one?
No, just one is good.
Just one?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I also spoke about this with 3 different members of the executive at the Legion on Remembrance Day. They were all in favor. The one thing I was suggesting, though, is that maybe we send them a formal letter first, because I remember with the Pride sidewalk, the reason why it's so narrow by the school is actually for motorcycles braking. And there are a few different stencils for Remembrance Day sidewalks. And the reason that you do the letter is that way staff can have the back and forth for road safety and make sure which stencil we're using. And I still think the budgetary allocation needs to be made either way. So it's reasonable to do. The other thing too is the Legion might prefer, when they look at it as the Legion, there's a crosswalk that connects the gardens to the tennis courts basically. And there is one stencil where you put in poppies basically between the empty space, between the white stripes. So I still think this motion, in terms of the budgetary allocation, is fine. We send them a letter, and if they say, no, we'd prefer to go somewhere else, well, we can take that under advisement, and that's fine. But I think the general direction is fine, so the only thing I would suggest is that, I don't know if we need a resolution for it, but just getting that staff communication back and forth, because there might be, when we talk to, say, Mr. Derdul, he might have some comments on what we're doing here in terms of the stencils.
Sure, so let's vote on it, and then you can make a motion to do that, what you suggest. So any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, and if I just may, Your Worship, just moving that council sends a letter to the Legion asking for input on the appropriate location and design of the Veterans Crosswalk.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Next item is from the Committee of the Whole from November 27th, 3A. Who would like to speak to that as far as the cash and loop parking? Who brought that forward actually one time? Councillor Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this proposed motion actually combines a number of initiatives under the parking strategy.
Thank you. Council, you moved the motion. Councillor Young. Councillor Vander Valk seconding. Discussion. Councillor Skipsey, Harrison.
Sorry, Your Worship.
I usually let the people who make the motion speak, but you go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry, I didn't see Councillor Skipsey's hand. My apologies. Just the only question is that I know about 5 years ago we did a study of parking in our downtown. I'm just wondering if there's any overlap with that earlier work, or if that work needs to be updated.
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. The work that's contemplated here is not an inventory. It's not an assessment of utilization. So previously, we got a good inventory of how much parking is available and how much is used various times of the day in specific areas of town. So this is taking the next step in terms of what do we do about it? How do we manage parking? And there's a few components which council raised independently. So there's the cash in lieu of parking bylaw. There's consideration of how parking, how the town could possibly charge for parking. And then the third part is that overall parking management strategy. So there's 3 components here that have been combined into one initiative.
Okay. So I think it would be appropriate to make a motion to that effect. That was Councillor Skipsey and Councillor Harrison moved that motion. Ms. Svensson?
Councillor Young and Councillor Vander Valk.
Councillor, okay, further discussion. All in favor? Motion carried. Motion carries. Thank you. And then we have the, that's it for that section, I believe. So we have the summary of strategic planning, and that was in Ms. Svensson's letter. And again, I think we'll go through each one and make a decision by calling a question on the vote. So on the issue. So the first one is 25 HW09, and that is for Arts and Culture Committee. There's therefore be resolved that the request for establishment of an Arts and Culture Committee not be advanced to the 2025-29 financial plan, and further that the scoping sheet titled 25 HW09 Establishment of an Arts and Culture Committee be closed by Council. Now, that term be closed by Council, perhaps it would be good to explain that terminology, Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So each of the strategic planning scoping sheets will have council's decision-making attached to it, and those will be available on the website as well as distributed to council for your own notes. You can, again, flag anything that you'd like to bring forward for next year's strategic planning process, but we wouldn't be taking action on this item, and council didn't give direction, so we will anticipate seeing this again in next year's strategic planning process.
Thank you. So could I have a motion to that effect? On the therefore being resolved, Councillor Young, Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And the next one, the Urban Forest Master Plan update. Councillor Skipsey. Councillor Vander Valk, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And the multi-topic OCP review. Who would like to move that? Councillor Vander Valk, Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And the Community Pianos Project, and there's with the recommendation, there's also, or the motion is also a comment. So how would council like to proceed? Councillor Skipsey, you approve that? Councillor Vander Valk seconding. Discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I just note that the comment, it probably applies to the one below because it talks about the community transportation plan review. So I think they just got switched.
Thank you for noticing. All right, I finish for the discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Although if the pianos were put on the road, we'd have an issue there. And then we have the traffic bylaw review, and we talked about that earlier, about the 40-kilometer municipality-wide strategy. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And then the Chamber of Commerce additional fee for service. Councillor Young, Councillor Vander Valk. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Employer of choice. And I think it would be good, Ms. Vella, if you just highlighted some of the issues regarding employer of choice.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're proposing that this is actually moved to the HR department and it become operationalized. So rather than treating it as a council strategic initiative, it would be the department. So for example, we saw insights training for staff in 2024 as a way to invest in team building and things like that. Again, that really is outside of the governance scope. So I think it has served its purpose. It's council's endorsed that it wants to be an employer of choice, and now we see it move to the HR department. Thank you, Your Worship.
Great. Councillor Vander Valk, Councillor Skipsey, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And reduce the tax-funded portion of Pelican Beach Airport. Again, I think this may require some explanation. Who would like to start explaining that? Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this note is in the right place. So my apologies for the earlier error. But this initiative to reduce tax-funded portion of Qualicum Beach Airport would be considered as part of the airport bylaw review that will be undertaken in 2025, and it could also flow into that master plan, business plan that we anticipate for 2026.
Thank you. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Harrison. Councillor Vander Valk. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then the path through Clock Square. Again, I think this requires a little bit of discussion. Mr. Sales, would you like to take that on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Westbrook. So the discussion on the Clock Tower Square is how the town can better connect the East Village to the uptown area. And there's two ways that have been considered to advance this. One was to advance it as a standalone initiative. And then the second option, which was considered, was to initiate or undertake it as part of the East Village Phase 3, which is dependent on the advancement of a development on the currently undeveloped site. So that has been dealt with in another location. It is included in the Phase 3, so we're closing this for record-keeping purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander Valk, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. And the building facilities greenhouse audit. Mr. Sales?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Westbrook. So the town was successful in securing a grant for an audit, a comprehensive audit of 3 municipal facilities to see how we could reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of those 3 facilities. That includes the Civic Center, Town Hall, and Community Hall. So the awarded amount was slightly reduced from the requested amount. However, staff are still undertaking it with the full confidence that it will be achieved within the approved budget. So just reflecting the slightly refined scope, we are recommending that the overall approved budget be reduced from $245,000 to $195,000 to reflect that slight change to the awarded funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Was Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison, discussion? Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so is this something then in terms of when you have a grant this large, usually it's going to be a third party doing a lot of the work? Would staff then be able to hold on to some of the methodology? Because there are other town-owned buildings, pardon me, that I think need a greenhouse gas update. And I'm thinking here particularly of Toews, which is a very old building, has very expensive heating bills, and as a result probably creates more greenhouse gas emissions than any other building of the same size. So I know we can't add it to the list because the grant was less than we expected. So adding more scope is probably exactly what we can't do. But will we then be taking on sort of like, here's the methodology of how we arrived at the numbers, and then we could maybe look at that for other buildings that the town owns at a future date?
Mr. Seals.
Thank you. Anytime the town hires a consultant, there's an opportunity to learn a bit from the consultant. But I would highlight that some of this work is highly specialized. So it's a mechanical engineer that would do this. They would actually do a design for the town hall, for example, as to how we could redo the mechanical system, and also provide costing. So when it comes to the design and costing, that would be well outside of the scope, even if we watch the consultant very carefully. So, however, I think a staff would be looking to learn as much as possible through this process.
It is a good observation, and I think at the same time, the general public, as far as their own homes, may learn something from this. It's a really good initiative to explore, not only for what we're proposing here, but for the general public as to what they can do to save on heating bills. So there is a recommendation. Was that moved and seconded, Ms. Svensson? Okay, further discussion. Councillor Harrison.
And just briefly, because I know the logical outcome from this study would be to then implement a plan of action to reduce emissions. But my only concern is that we might have other buildings that are not listed in this that actually are more pressing in terms of the need. So that was the only reason I was sort of flagging this, that it'd be a shame if we had like a incremental improvement in Town Hall, which is a much newer building, whereas an older building that really needs the investment, we then maybe have to wait 5 or 10 years.
All right, so further discussion on what's on the floor? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I should say any opposed? Nobody opposed. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. The reason why these draft letters are on this agenda, because we had a delegation from people, one was doctor in Colombia, and they're struggling to try and get to work as a doctor here. Licensing, the College of Physicians procedure is very difficult, expensive. So I thought that would be appropriate in response to their delegation, also as an initiative that the town would like the new Minister of Health to take on. So that's why the letter is there. So I'm moving that we send this letter, and I have it like a seconder, Councillor Harrison. Any discussion? Councillor Harrison.
The only thing that came to mind, sorry, I tried to attend the meeting and they canceled the ferry while I was in the taxi.
Oh.
That was really fun. But the only thing I was going to say when the delegation was here is that when we talk about the letter, the easiest thing for the province to do would be do a no-cost loan. You got like 2 chances or 1 or 2 chances, and then you can do a no-cost loan that you can repay over time. And then that would accelerate. They don't have to sit around and try to work a minimum wage job with the cost of living here and save up that $12,000, $10,000, and they get the money back anyways at the end of the day.
Thank you. Further discussion? It's both moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And the second letter, and this is more for the community's benefit, that we have a real gem at Milner Gardens and a wonderful executive director of Milner Gardens and Woodlands. And if you go there during the next, well, I've already been ongoing, but if you go there for the Christmas lights celebration, what happens there with the volunteers, the work they put in, and the tremendous success that Milner Gardens has, and obviously being recognized for that, I thought it would be appropriate for the community to learn about what's going on there, and for council to also be aware of the letter that I signed, which I want to make a tradition that when I asked to send a letter that council is fully aware of what is in the letter. So I need a motion to send this letter as well. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? If any, carried. Delegation. First delegation is Mr. Jeff Toews. And
Okay, there we go. Good morning.
And you
Thanks
have
very
up
much
to-
for seeing me this morning.
You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I got it. I'm going to really go quick here. So I think my presentation timing is excellent after all the talk of housing that you had today. So basically, it's Bill 44, Bylaw 900. Bill 44, you had a real challenge. It was rushed out by the province. You did not have much time to put this together. So congratulations to administration and council for working through that, because I know that was a huge project. So anyways, to get some clarification, I did contact the province, and just got a few highlights. I'm not going to read everything on these because I only have 5 minutes, but you have copies of this. So basically, I spoke to the province just to get some clarification. It doesn't favor rental or ownership. They're supporting multi-unit homes such as row houses, triplexes, and townhomes, that type of thing. Some of the factors affecting it, the cost of permits is pretty large, and that's one of the things that affects people building. And then the 4-unit stratification versus 2-unit stratifications. A lot of positives for Bill 44. I think the town still has ultimate control, increased tax revenue, more employment opportunities, and with the new builds, less negative environmental impact on by removing an older home and putting the new homes in there. When I asked about the 2-unit versus 4-unit titles on some of the areas here, the only answer I could get is that council was looking for more rental suites. So what I've done here is, this isn't reasonable, and the reason it isn't reasonable is because of the cost to construct. So what I put together is just a couple of little things here for you. Some of the estimated costs. I think some of the things to, some of the things to really consider is the current average price of a home in Qualicum Beach is $866,000, and that's, although we've had a slight decrease, that is expected to bounce in the spring and go back up again. So, what I did is I broke down a cost to construct, for example, if you're building townhomes. So based on the information that I've had, and I'm a mortgage professional, so I've been doing this for 20 years. You're looking at about $830,000 to build a single townhome. That's about 1,500 square feet. So you can take a look at and break down the costs from there. If someone's going to do that as an investment opportunity, based on a 5-year mortgage with today's interest rates, essentially you'd be looking at a monthly mortgage payment of $4,600 a month. A 3-bedroom townhome is not renting for $4,600 a month. A 3-bedroom townhome is renting at $3,200 a month. So all in with property taxes, you're expecting the investor to take a loss for 25 years of $2,000 a month. It's not going to work. Sorry, I should jump ahead there. And then single-family homes, same thing, approximately 2,400 square foot single-family home. To build it with all the costs, you're looking at over $1 million, $1.2 million, just a little more than $1.2 million just to break even. So renting that out, you'd be looking at monthly payment of $6,890.74 a month. That 2,400 square foot home is generally not going to rent for $6,890.74 a month. Average loss is probably over $3,200 a month. So the idea of building new construction and adding it to the rental market is not practical. It just financially doesn't make any sense. So I've heard some pretty good ideas here today, and I've researched some other different ideas myself personally, but that's not really the way to go. I think what my request to council is that we remove some of the hurdles and that limit the housing and just get more homes built. And as per the province, they're not looking for rentals or homes built for ownership. They're looking just to put more available housing in the town. And so my request is to ask council to make immediate amendment to the bylaw 900 and an application enabling 4-unit stratification town-wide, just to keep consistent. Same number of titles no matter where the home is built. as long as it fits into the Bill 44 parameters. Fairness and equality for all the homeowners. And then I'd also like the administration in the town to revisit cost of zoning amendments, as these amendments may help ease housing issues and provide that much-needed boost to our economy. The fact of the matter is, those costs are generally passed on to the purchaser anyways. So, and finally, tax increases, as we've discussed today, have been large over the last 2 years, and this third year looks to be even higher. So one of the things, if we can do some responsible growth, we'll increase our residential tax base as well as commercial as new businesses open. This will enable tax increases to be brought down to a more sustainable level.
Thank you for your
really, really fast.
Thank you for your well-prepared and concise delegation. Any question to the delegation? Councillor Harrison.
So just for the benefit of the public too, like I have talked to some local builders, and also too at AVICC, there was a housing forum, and there was a representative from it's Victoria, so it's similar but not the same. But I asked him, what's the average ballpark cost just for generic residential construction? He put it at $375, not $300. And the average of the two folks where I do know for projects in our area, one's non-market, one is market, so I'm averaging the two. It comes to $400. So your slides have a economic assumption of $300 a square foot. I have a hunch that's actually low for how much it costs for our local builders. So it's actually worse than your numbers suggest. Because, for example, you're saying 4,000 square feet. If it's 400, it's an extra $400,000.
Absolutely.
Or no, yeah, 400,000, I think. So, yeah, it's just the one thing I wanted to flag for the public. Like, I haven't talked to, we don't see every pro forma. I think there's a fair argument to the province that they should be publishing pro formas so that we actually know what's the economic reality on the ground. There's a lot less profit in development than people think, I think, these days. But yeah, that was just the one point, is that if anything, your numbers are too generous.
Yeah. Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Harrison. Yeah, thank you. I was trying to be a little bit conservative. When I did these numbers, I actually scared myself about how expensive things can be. So I'm like, oh my God, that's quite a lot. So.
You use fairly large home as an example. When my wife and I lived in a place before we had our house built in Qualicum Beach here, we rented a place which was, I think, 850 square feet. It had 2 bedrooms, one of my daughters shared, a bathroom, and then a master bedroom. It was 850 square feet, and I remember we had some awesome times. There was a large kitchen with an eating area, family room type of thing, and then these bedrooms. And so when you're talking about affordable housing, I wouldn't start with the example of using the size of home that you looked at. So have you considered doing this kind of a pro forma on a home of about 850 square feet?
Yeah, to the mayor and council. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you want affordable housing, you're going to have to keep the home below 1,000 square feet, especially at the costs that we've discussed today. But even that, like for example, if someone needs a $500,000 mortgage, you need a household income of approximately $150,000 a year. Like that's huge. Like that's 2 people working full time. So it's extremely expensive. So I think the direction that you're going, Mayor, is correct. I think with what you want to do with the projects, keeping the houses smaller, I think you're going to have to go that route if you're going to have any chance of affordable housing.
I'm sure you're aware of the fourplex the council recently approved, just next to Angel Court, which is next to the old fire hall. There's a fourplex there, and that would have been approved even before Bill 44. So I think the province is catching up to what the town was already trying to do, is high density in the what we call the village neighborhood. But other than that, I thank you for drawing attention to this. Thank you for the work you put into this. And as you know, council never responds with the request, although it's a very clear request, until the next council meeting.
Okay.
So thank you. Mr. Young, Councillor Young.
I'm thinking that when you're suggesting that we have 4 titles on when there's 4 units built instead of just allowing for 2 strata lots, is that just so that I think it would open up for more people to be able to buy a house, a little house, and then also it would not restrict people to buy into, when it's only 2 stratas, that they would have to maybe deal with a renter. So I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
To be able to do that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Young, yes, I think that is the idea, because you saw the cost to construct, and as Councillor Harrison had mentioned, that if someone can't, if that's not increased town-wide, what's going to happen, what you're going to find happening is people are just going to build these larger 2-bedroom homes because their cost of development for the land is still the same. So what they're going to have to do, well, how do I get my money back, or how do I make a little bit of money on my project? They're going to build bigger homes and ask for a larger dollar value, as opposed to building smaller homes with multiple options for, at a lower dollar value to purchase. So,
Thank you. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We'll respond at the next council meeting.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next delegation is, there's a double hitter. Ms. Jacobson and Mr. Monahan, you have the floor.
There we go.
I know you like green.
I do indeed, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I want to talk to you about unfairness issues in the tree protection bylaw, and have a proposal here for amendment of the bylaw. Oh, this is my slide advancer. All right. So we fully support the town's intent to review the tree protection bylaw in 2025, and we're very pleased that that's happening. But there are still a number of provisions that are unfair or unreasonable within the bylaw. I've communicated this before, and I believe, and many of us believe, that as long as these issues are not addressed, there's going to be building opposition to the bylaw. So we're proposing a simple solution that would take a lot of the appeals that are coming to you right now and take them off your table. So hopefully that would be something that is of interest to Council. We believe that these issues could be addressed by immediate amendment to the bylaws and policies, and that it could be done with minimal consultation because it's a relaxation of requirements, and it would significantly reduce the number of appeals to Council. A quick summary here of the unfairness issues, but I think I'll go into them specifically since my time is limited. One is with dead or dying trees. The owner has to demonstrate that a tree is a hazard tree before a permit is issued. And so that means that they've got to pay for a security deposit, they've got to get an arborist in, and there's additional cost in addition to all the costs of cutting the tree, et cetera. If we're dealing with a dead or dying tree, we feel that there may be, especially where a lot of these issues may be a situation where it's out of the control of the owner, we propose that the requirements for replacement trees and security deposits be waived if the owner attests that this tree is dead and or dying, and that an arborist only be required if the council or if the town comes along, looks at the tree and says, no, we disagree with you. So it would relieve a lot of expense, and after all, we have trees dying all over the place that are not under the control of the owner or due to the lack of due diligence of the owner to keep the tree alive. So that is one of our proposals. Our next proposal is in terms of security deposits, which are required when any permit is issued, but it's required even if the tree is a hazard tree, and we feel that if we have a tree, for instance, that's too close to a building, whether it's within 3 meters of a building or not, if the tree is growing too close to a building, we saw one of those at the last council meeting, that this be considered to be a hazardous tree and simply yes, agree. In those circumstances, let the tree be cut down. It makes sense. And we're talking about relieving the security deposit, but not the requirement to get a permit. So under the existing bylaw, where there's safety or a fire smart plan in place, then the tree could be removed. Also, under the current wording, it says that you require a security deposit to be paid even if you're also paying the town $1,000 per tree to plant your trees for you. I'm sure this was not the intent when writing the bylaw, but that is what the bylaw says. In practice, the town allows for a security deposit or pay the town, so we're suggesting you simply make that amendment to the bylaw so it reads consistent with current practice. So security deposits when the owner, I've dealt with this already. Then we talk about replacement trees, and trees often fail to thrive for many different reasons. I've planted trees and had to replant and replant. You get pests, all sorts of things happen through no fault of your own. And yet the bylaw says that if your replacement tree dies, then you have to replace it with 2 replacement trees. So you can see that there's a multiplying effect. Oh, my 2 replacement trees died. Now I have to plant 4 replacement trees. And that gets a little far-fetched in our minds. So we suggest that the security deposit should not be required in these circumstances, and that when a tree is we'll move on. When a tree is dying due to a replacement tree is dying due to no fault of the owner, that simply allows for 1 replacement for that tree, and the security deposit is just held for another 2 years.
Your 5 minutes are up, but you've got a great handout with all these slides in our package. And as we don't respond immediately, but we can review this and make decisions if council wish by notice of motions to do what you're suggesting, but your time is up.
May I make 10 seconds more?
10 seconds.
Okay. And when we talk about the policies, there are policies here or we're suggesting amendments to policy such that the town would accept that whenever it cuts live trees, it would also engage in replacement of those trees so that it's consistent with what the town is asking of its citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
you may have some questions. Any questions from council? Councillor Harrison.
I'm just going to point out that we will be talking about some of these issues later in the agenda.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Monahan. It says lunch break, but we can go on for a little longer and cover some of the other ones, and then perhaps we stop at the committee liaison reports. So there's no correspondence, obviously no hearings, and the bylaws are about the Qualicum Beach building bylaw. And who'd like to introduce that? Mr. Toews.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. This bylaw is before council consideration today. It's an update to a previous building bylaw, and there's several reasons for this update. One is that Municipal Insurance Association has updated their template building bylaw for municipalities, so this new bylaw conforms with the new recommended template from MIABC. The second reason is council has provided staff with direction as to how we should be advancing the energy step code and the zero carbon step code, both provincial initiatives that allow municipalities to advance one or the other. So the recommendation for 2 readings today is recognizing that council has identified a start date for the energy step code of 2025. In order to get this bylaw adopted, we would need to do 2 readings today and then subsequently adopt. And I would also note that the building inspector has informed the local building community that council provided this direction about the energy step code. So that discussion's already happened, so council shouldn't be concerned that this is the first they're hearing about it with only a few weeks until the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to make the motion? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Vander Valk? Okay, I know you probably want to discuss this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just think it's a bit of a misnomer to say a discussion when we're saying it's going live in a few weeks. Get ready. It's not really a discussion. It's more of an ultimatum. I think the mayor has a motion in the liaison report to increase the number of committees of the whole. I think this is a great thing for a committee of the whole. We're changing our entire building bylaw for the whole town, and we could schedule that early, like January or February. When we said we're going to pass this in 2025, we didn't say January 1st, 2025. So I think this is something where maybe even second or third reading, it'd be kind of moot because we'd want to get some feedback and then figure out what the final iteration is. But I do think this is something we'd really benefit from a committee of the whole, invite the builders in, and I know we got one delegation saying there's no impact for them, for their business, but I'd highlight their business is producing very energy efficient buildings. So they're already doing it. It might be a bigger change for some of the other contractors, subcontractors in our area, and I don't know that for a fact. So I just suggest that maybe instead of rushing to ratify this and adopt it as quickly as possible, January-ish ideally, maybe February if not possible. But I know that we have more committees of the whole, assuming that passes in 2026, sorry, 2025, my apologies, brain, not much sleep. This is a big agenda and very important one. But I just suggest that maybe we hold fire on this until we have that committee of the whole, get the feedback from local builders, just double check to make sure that everyone is in a position where this won't create a huge problem for the type of development, which is really infill development that we want to see, where local builders who do that would say, no, this creates an issue and this is what the issue is.
Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. This is a council decision as to the timing, but I would just highlight that it was council's direction on February 28th that directed staff to prepare all the necessary amendments to take effect on January 1st, 2025.
Councillor Vander Valk.
I'm just wondering, in Mr. Sales' conversations with the local builders, if he received any feedback.
Mr. Sales.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Vander Valk. I didn't personally, and I'm not aware of any formal correspondence with the building inspector. And earlier I stated that the conversation had already started, and maybe that's not entirely clear. So the building inspector informed the building community of council's previous direction that this would take effect on January 1st, 2025. So it wasn't a discussion in the interactive sense, but they are aware of council's previous direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, and I would just like to add that we're not an outlier on this. There's other municipalities that are proceeding in the same way and making this a priority, and I support the resolutions to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Young. Further discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I just then make a motion to defer second and third reading until a committee of the whole has been held to discuss with the local building community.
Motion to defer. Is there a seconder to defer? All right. Motion, no seconder. Sorry, Councillor Harrison. So the motion is on the floor for second and third reading. And now you mentioned something about making developers, builders aware of this. So when did that happen?
That was early in the year, so I don't know the exact date. I think it would have been in April. So as council would remember, this has been discussed several times, and some of it has been in relation to a request for more information, and that's why we received that delegation in September. So it was early in the year that the building inspector informed the current builders. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I was just going to raise it in my liaison report, but at VIEA there was a session on building development and local government, and one of the presenters was from Habitat for Humanity Victoria. And I think, I'm trying to remember which jurisdiction it was specifically. I think it was one of the Saaniches. But it's not exactly what we're doing. They passed a no gas bylaw, basically, no natural gas hookup. And according to him, that increased the cost of a habitat project by 15% just with that one bylaw. So that's just why I say that we might not be aware of things. we might want to actually talk to the local builders first. That's why I made the motion to defer. Because I don't have a record of that actual impacts on what we're going to do, I'll probably be voting against this.
All right. Moved and seconded for the discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. Thank you. Then we have the municipal ticketing utilization bylaw, also for second and third reading. Who would like to proceed with that? Councillor Skipsey? Councillor Vander Valk, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then we have the building fees, also for second and third reading. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander Valk, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Would council, sorry, go ahead.
Your Worship, my apologies. I forgot I was going to ask one question of staff on this one.
Go ahead.
So I know previously we talked about the really, really high number of FOIs, and staff informed us the majority of them are just realtors, and they've told prospective homeowners to do an FOI search as part of their due diligence. I'm just curious for that FOI search for the generic, like apparently it's like 80% of our FOIs. How long does that take? Is it a difficult, like is it an hour? Is it 5 minutes?
Mr. Swenson. Ms. Swenson.
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, it's all dependent on each individual file. So depending if the records are easily accessible through if they're scanned in the system, size of the home, age of the home. So it honestly varies case to case.
Okay, because I was just thinking that if this is something where, forgive me, it's part of a real estate transaction, then we might want to charge a modest fee to recoup. But that might be just something we do separately from this.
Councillor Young.
I did hear from a realtor, and I believe that their management will be sending in a request to, when they ask for information on a piece of property, that it is expedited and it doesn't take more than however long that it's been taking.
Ms. Swenson.
Through the chair to Councillor Young, we process each FOI request under the legislation, which is 30 working days, and they're processed on a case by case as they arrive. So if we're on, say, right now 101, I think we're at, if 105 comes in and says, well, I want it, in 5 days, we don't. We process 101, 102 in the order. We have to follow the legislation. We aren't anywhere near taking the 30-day time right now. We're caught up within this week, actually, and the requests that have been coming in wouldn't be due till like mid-January, and they're done now. So the realtors are, they think that we can sometimes turn these things around in a week. We can't. We do the best we can with the number that we are receiving, but we do have to follow legislation. And just to follow up further on Councillor Harrison's request, we are thinking of putting out a frequently asked sort of question pamphlet to the realtors in the new year, explaining what is routinely releasable and what isn't. And so when they put the request in, then they could receive some of the documents by not doing an FOI request, and then they can just get it right away from staff at the counter within a few days, rather than just blanketing saying, I want every document on this property. A lot of times they just need to have the building permit approval or some aspect of the home. So we are looking at ways where we can say this is routinely releasable and this isn't. And then also on your comment about charging fees, we can't do that. So we have to follow legislation. There's very strict what we can and can't charge under a Freedom of Information request. And so we can't just choose to say, oh, we're going to charge you an extra fee for the documents.
But as a result of you raising this, it may actually provide an opportunity for us to help realtors, home buyers say, this is the information you can get without going through an FOI. Once you use that term FOI, you unleash a whole procedure that is time-consuming and expensive. But maybe that's not what you need. So I think, thank you for bringing this up, because we may avoid, is that true? 80% of our FOIs are real estate related?
I threw that number out at the last council meeting, and I don't like to throw out numbers unless I'm exact, but I'd argue to say it's that or even higher. Okay. The majority of them this year, in this calendar year, have been real estate. Yeah.
Well, I think it's good to send out the information that requires less of an FOI procedure. Thank you. So with that, we need a motion for a recess. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander Valk, So we'll break for, we had in mind 45 minutes because we can go next door and grab a quick sandwich, but some of you may have to go someplace else to take a little longer. So we'll reconvene at, let's say, 12:30. That makes sense? All right. Motion to recess till 12:30. Councillor Valk, Councillor Harrison, all in favor? We are recessed. Thank you. It is 12:30, and so we'll start up, and we left off at the committee and liaison reports, and I'm up, so there's a motion, notice of motion that I made, and I'd like someone to second it, and we can discuss it. Councillor Harrison seconding, discussion. Obviously, I think the way it's worded is self-explanatory. This is to improve communications between council, staff, and the public, where if this passes, we would all hear at the same time the concerns that were raised and also the responses from staff. So that's why it's for efficiency, but I thought we'll try it for a pilot, and if people are happy with it, whether it's council and the public or nobody's happy with it, then we'll definitely change it. There's further discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Okay, my sincere apologies for missing two meetings because of conferences. One was, it's a light agenda, so it should be fine. The other was the bomb cyclone. My apologies. So there's a few things to go over. Housing Central, very interesting panels on things like mixed income developments, co-ops, and then because the ferry was canceled while I was on my way over, I was able to show up at 6 in the morning at the conference, which starts at 8:30. So I spent some time talking to two women from Campbell River who both run a supportive housing facility and a winter long shelter. Really interesting conversation, and I got a chance to talk face-to-face with Ravi Callan because he was there. He's now the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, so it's a very fortuitous thing. Just one thing, just through the chair to staff. I know they sent me an email. There's a question I raised a few council meetings ago about a program that we approved, I think like 4 or 5 years ago, for folks from Orchid Place, sort of like Blade Runners, where you'd work for like a month in the summer to do like menial parks work in town. And staff did suggest that we put it on next year for the strategic planning. And I'm just wondering, oh, sorry, it's an echo. If maybe just like a brief sort of report on why it requires going to next year, because it's an existing resolution, but I'm sure there's a reasonable reason that there's amount of staff time for HR side. That makes sense. Then accessibility team. So at the volunteer dinner, I talked to several members of the accessibility team. Just a couple of questions through if I could, I think it would be to corporate services. I could be wrong. It's just about the duration of the term. And one of the members said the term they believed was expiring very soon, and they weren't sure if what the process was from the town. So if it is expiring soon, maybe we should be letting them know what the process to reapply, because they're a great group of people. They do a great job. So,
Ms. Swenson.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll pass to Mr. Sales. He was looking after that while I was off.
Thank you. Through the chair. So there's a number of committee appointments that will end at the end of this year because most committee members have limited terms. So we do advertise annually for open committee positions, and we'll look at the terms of reference and see how it reflects the current membership. But the Accessibility Advisory Team, I don't think had the same term limits that some committees like the Advisory Planning Commission do. So anyway, to summarize, at the end of the year, we will be looking at those committee appointments that expire and subsequently advertising. It happens every year.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. And then just from the previous meeting, we had a building report. I just was wondering if Mr. Sales could clarify something. When we're looking at, say, a duplex or a triplex, is that listed as multifamily in the building report, or is it listed as a single-family dwelling?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. A single-family dwelling with a suite would be counted as a single detached dwelling, but a duplex or triplex would be counted as multifamily.
Okay, thank you very much. Just because I was looking at the numbers, there's the second leading number is in additions, which is great. We need more additions, extra rooms, hopefully some carriage homes. But single-family homes was 6.3 million and multifamily was 1.9. So we are seeing most of the development activity right now happening in single-family homes, and that's something that a little bit worrisome. Next, sorry, I just have a list. The fire hall dinner, we all attended, and it was a great event. Just one thing, I see the chief is here. In their last round of recruitment, they only got 2 recruits. So when we're talking about the long-term viability of our volunteer firefighters, we want to make sure that we're paying attention to those recruitment numbers. I know they've done a ton of work, the firefighters have done a ton of work at Farmers Market and other locations trying to advertise what they're doing and let people know that they're available, and it's a great thing to do. But if we don't get enough recruits to meet the rate of attrition within the fire department, that might lead to having to hire some full-time firefighters. So just something for us to sort of be aware of. There's not really an action that needs to be taken, but I just want to flag that for the public that a firefighter is not quite as expensive as a police officer, but it's not cheap for a full-time firefighter. So I think it's about a 1% tax increase per firefighter as a ballpark. 2%. Sorry, my apologies. You're much closer to police officers than I realized. So the all-in is a fair chunk of money. Let's see. Right. Just a couple things, too, that I wanted to flag for the next meeting. We're not going to deal with them today. One is to delegate for the village neighborhood. If it's Bill 44 compliant, then just delegate it to staff for the building permit. Shouldn't come to council, in my view. If it's compliant with the design guidelines and it's in the village neighborhood area, we've always wanted infill there, so great. And then row homes, there was a housing researcher named Leos Battleholes who's consulted with the province, and he mentioned, I think it was the regional municipality of Halifax, implemented a change on the allowances that are made for row homes, and they basically doubled or tripled the number of row homes within one 6-month period. Now, I don't have all the details because it's just a couple days ago, and I'm sorry, this is a hefty agenda, so I apologize if I don't have it all there, but it's something I do want to look at in the next couple of months. Is there something that's very simple common sense that in certain areas, very few areas, but we might want to encourage that. Also, too, attended the public hearing for Parksville for their affordable housing project. Wish the Lions all the best. I'm not a part of their council, so I can briefly say that and not get anyone in trouble. And then just one thing that was announced yesterday. So the provincial government through BC Housing has this program called the Secondary Suite Incentive Program, SSIP. That's to give people money if they rent out their unit at below market rates. There's also announced yesterday, literally yesterday, the Canada Secondary Suite Loan Program. So it'll loan you up to $80,000 for 15 years at 2%, which is a pretty favorable loan to help you build those secondary suites. So just, I know when I talked to staff in Parksville, they mentioned that the SSIP information, when people are doing building permit to staff, it's not a council thing, but when they're asking to do a secondary suite in Parksville, staff will just automatically, as part of like a package more or less, give them information on that program. This is something we might want to do for these two programs if folks are looking at, we're trying to encourage laneway homes or rental suites in buildings. Here's two. One is the source of funds, a low-cost loan, and the other is a loan if you rent it out at below market rates. Last thing to highlight, Wheels for Wellness. So my parents both have some mobility issues. They can't drive on highways, so they use Wheels for Wellness. That is terminating on December 31st of this year. They're going to carry on only doing cancer patients, is what my mom told me when she spoke to the manager. But this is something I'll try to reach out to our MLA on and see what she can do. I'm not promising anything, obviously, because I can't speak for a different level of government. But a lot of people in our area rely on Wheels for Wellness for their appointments in Nanaimo and other communities, but especially in Nanaimo. And it would be a real shame if that service shut down, because a lot of seniors who live on their own would miss appointments. And that's usually specialists. So it's quite important that those appointments aren't missed. So just one last thing to flag. I wouldn't suggest we write a letter or anything at this time. I'm pretty sure the province would be looped in. But if we want, we have other meetings where, just for the public's benefit, if after an in-camera we go into the open and say we're going to write the letter to ask the province to fund this for a while, we might do that in the future. I'm not sure. But I just want to flag that that program is really important for a lot of vulnerable seniors, and it is going to be severely curtailed in a month and a half. No, not a month's time, less than a month. And that'd be a real shame. And that's everything, Your Worship. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. Okay, I have a notice of motion on the agenda, and this is the volunteers from the Brown Property Preservation Society would be organizing the tree planting with the KSS and Belina students on Earth Day, April 22nd, 2025. And so there's a motion before council, and I would like to move that motion.
Seconded. Councillor Vander Valk, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
I think this is a great idea, and I do support this. I'm just wondering, I know we mentioned this before when we were looking at tree planting. Has there been any discussion of the species? Just because I know in the past, talking to some folks from Stream Keepers and some of our staff, I think it's some of the alder that were planted like 100 years ago, which are just disasters for our infrastructure. So I'm sure this is taken care of, but just the 2-second check on that.
Thank you.
It is,
Councillor Skipsey.
yeah, it is a retired forester that's doing the organizing of this, and I don't think the alders were necessarily planted. They're the first species that go in. They take advantage, and they do have a very short lifespan. So last year it was, I think it's a selection of trees, cedar and firs and whatnot, so, yeah.
Councillor Young.
I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of a second location. I know in conversation with Into the Woods, they really need to have some shade trees to protect the students on sunny days when their mandate is to keep their students outside for a few hours each day. And if that's a possibility to have trees there as well, planted?
This motion is very specific about Granite Creek, and perhaps that could be considered at a future time. Councillor Skipsey?
Thank you. Yeah, that might be a good one for the Friends of the Qualicum Beach Forest if they're looking to do a tree planting for National Tree Week or National Forest Week. Anyways, but I think for this one, it would just be at this location.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Harrison?
And just through the chair to staff, if I may, are we tracking the number of trees we plant? Just because when we have to clear out a laneway, we are planting trees in this instance, and just if we have like sort of an all-in number at the end of the year, I know maybe for next year it might be a useful report. Here's how many we planted, here's how many we took out, and then folks can see that even if we're technically not every case following the bylaw to, sorry to address a member of the audience, but that way at least they know that we are trying to make sure that we're keeping an even number of trees in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. That hasn't been a metric that we've been keeping track of in the past, but I have discussed with staff that that will be important for community and council going forward.
Yeah. Good idea. Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
I just wanted to add that there was a grant received from the Parksville Qualicum Beach Community Foundation for the trees. So those are being provided.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Vander Valk. Is that conclusion? No, you're
Well,
not.
I did actually do my report this month, so most of it's there, but I did attend the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Region Roundtable on December 6th, and I had provided them with updates about our strategic planning related to the pollinator pathways and the OECMs, and there were some very good conversations around that table around biodiversity and whatnot. But that's it. And the only other thing is tonight I'm looking forward to attending the winter concert. The band and choir at KSS will be performing at 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Councillor Skipsey. Councillor Vander Valk.
Thank you. Well, again, I have my written report, although I was at the public open house on Monday, and it was mentioned I'm probably too efficient by doing that, so I should speak a bit more.
No, I think it's excellent, because that's what we're asking for.
Right.
For staff to know exactly what you attended or what you experienced, and
Right.
to put it in advance. I think it's very efficient. So I thank you for that. Thank you.
But I do have some comments. Just for the public to know, the reason why my dates end on the December the 2nd is that's just for timing, so it gets included in the agenda. But I did attend, as I said, the public open house on Monday, and there were 11 residents that attended. The topics of discussion included the notice of motion regarding changing the public open house to a town hall committee of the whole, Save the Commons group and its ideas. There were budget questions, status of a cold weather shelter, community gardens and community in bloom, pollinator pathways, our consultants' reports made public, bringing industry opportunities into the community, the tree bylaw, Eagle Crest Golf Course, restorative justice, and the Qualicum Beach Dance School, and the donut economy. So I think this shows with the number of people that were there and the number of topics that were brought forward that it really will benefit discussion if we do have more of a town hall situation where people's questions can be answered more in depth, because the councillors, it was myself and Councillor Young, we are not able to really answer fully these questions. So I just wanted to point that out. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's not if, it's when.
Yes, when.
Councillor Young.
I do have a motion, and it is plastics recycling bin in the town of Qualicum Beach. The ask is that council requests through the mayor to the RDN Waste Management Committee that a plastic recycling bin be located next to the cardboard recycling bin off Berwick Road South for accessible plastics recycling to benefit the community and to respect the environment.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey have been attending, I think, almost all of the committee meetings from solid waste, and you did ask, I think, about this through the manager. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, when I saw the notice of motion on the agenda, I reached out to the supervisor, I don't know his exact title, the supervisor of the solid waste area at the RDN, and he responded letting me know that the RDN does not provide cart and bin service outside of the curbside program, but there could be other options. There may be other, I don't know who we contract with for the cardboard, but there could be other options, but it wouldn't be through the RDN.
Right, so I would suggest that we put this on the, in the fall for strategic planning, because it will cost money, it costs the town money, and the whole process and proceeding of how we would manage this. So I would respectfully suggest that this will be deferred to the next strategic planning session in the fall of 2025.
Thank you for that. It's just that I just want to reiterate the fact that plastic is so important, and it just does not decompose. Like cardboard, it is easier to decompose and doesn't, negatively impact the environment as much as plastic does. And so I just feel that it is crucial to be recognized. And I don't know, I mean, if it comes to cost, would we then consider maybe doing a plastic bin instead of a cardboard bin?
Plastics can also be put into the blue bins for recycling at the curbside. So we have that option for most people to put the plastics into that. And then I'm showing what we do at my home, and I'm not really doing it, but my wife is. She collects plastic, styrofoam, and bottles, and when she has those containers full or almost there, she takes them to the pop-up place in Parksville. So there are other options. But if you like, we can discuss this and put it on the strategic planning discussions for the fall. Okay? So a motion to defer this to the strategic planning session in 2025 for the year 26. I can make that a motion. Councillor Harrison seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
I do think, too, that while there are options, too, it's not a bad idea to have a broader conversation about what we could do for recycling. I know for my folks, they have an ungodly collection of styrofoam sometimes and glass that I have to take care of for them. So there might be something where who knows what happens with the pop-up contract, because I think it's a yearly contract. It's not guaranteed to remain forever. And we might want to have that conversation in strategic planning about what we can offer our citizens.
I think this motion would start a deeper dive into how we deal with some of these issues that have been annoying people, why we can't deliver on that. So that's the motion. And Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed of any? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Staff reports. Sorry. Oh, you weren't finished yet. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I do have a report that's in the agenda. That's because I also was stuck at the conference in Vancouver, so I managed to send that ahead of time, and it is included in today's agenda. I'd also like to add that I was also at the Tosh board meeting since the last meeting that I've attended here, and that just want to let people know that they have classes scheduled for now and right into 2025, so there's all kinds of classes available. They're also doing Art in the Attic, January the 14th, so save the date. They're also having their gift shop, perfect for holiday shopping right now, and I just want people to know that their hours are Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 4. That sounds like a commercial. I'm also going to do a commercial for the Milner Gardens. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that we are sending a note of congratulations to Milner Gardens. They have always contributed in supporting us and doing Community in Blooms as well, and it's great that they did this project this year, and also that they do have the Light Up Christmas, which is awesome, that people need to attend. It is happening this month. It already happened from the 5th of December to the 8th, but it will be carried on again from the 12th to the 15th, and the 19th to the 22nd of December, and the evening hours are 5 to 8 o'clock. And it's just wonderful. Bring your family and friends out there. It's a light display. You can get those special glasses to get some special effects. And it is all about the volunteers. We did the volunteer appreciation gathering, and it is just so important. This community functions on all the residents that are so joyful in volunteering. So thank you for all that. Also attended the a Flowerstone board meeting, and they met with Division of Family Practice to discuss how they can continue to get support from the Division of Family Practice, and especially in regards to recruiting family doctors. They also have that possible opening next to the clinic right now at Flowerstone Clinic, that if there is some sort of funding support to set up more clinic space there, that they could also take in some doctors. It's good to know that there's all these things that could be hopefully more volunteers to act on, or that we can get support financially from provincial government and whatnot. Also that I just heard on the news that was it in Vancouver, they have a new unleaded gas that Air Canada is going to be using. So, and they also said that the planes do not have to be retrofitted, that it can just go into the regular planes. So I'm just like so excited about that. And so yeah, I hope that, you know, we can look into that, and that could be a big help to our community and our airport. And also I know that we struck out the Arts and Culture Committee, and I agree with that, because I don't want to have a committee that is going to cost more. But I just want to put it out there that if you have a event in regards to arts and culture, contact me and we'll have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. That's interesting information about avgas. We need to check that. I think the concern about leaded gas is probably equal to the noise complaints. So that's a good thing to explore. Also, the letters that were moved to be sent, I got to give kudos to Ms. Trudy Coates. I talk with her about it. I tell her roughly the intent of it, and then she takes it away, and it's become something that I would think qualifies for a Pulitzer Prize, because she's exceptional and makes it all look good when we send these letters. Thank you. Staff reports. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Occupational Health and Safety Policy is before Council today. This will be the first time this policy has actually been before Council. Previously, this was always contained within the OH&S manual. So it is useful, I thought, for both Council and the public to understand how we approach occupational health and safety here at the town of Qualicum Beach. So the policy is before you today.
So, thank you. Any questions about the policy? Are you ready to move? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Carry on. Corporate Administration. Ms. Svensson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the first item is the rescheduling of the January 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. Council could entertain the resolution that staff's recommending we change the Wednesday, January 29th Committee of the Whole meeting to January the 8th at 10 a.m.
Thank you. And perhaps just a brief explanation of what's happening on January 8th.
So for January 8th, it's timing for the financial plan bylaw adoption, and also we have a consultant attending on that meeting to go over the asset management.
Thank you. So a motion to change the dates accordingly. Councillor Harrison, Councillor Vander, discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Just one other thing is that right now we have basically everything scheduled at 10 a.m. For almost all of our business. Has there been any thought of if there be another time of day that might allow a broader cross-section of the public? I know we tried a couple things in the past and it did not work out. We had a very long time just sitting here at about 5:30. But I do think for some of these budgetary issues that if we looked at having one or two of the meetings at a different time or a public engagement, because Committee of the Whole is essentially a public engagement forum, if that might be more advantageous. I'm hesitant to do that because it's the middle of winter and I worry about folks driving home at night when it's dark. But just maybe, I think it's kind of too late in the process now, but maybe as we go next year into strategic plan and everything, maybe think about having one of the days like 5 p.m. or something like that.
Yeah, that's a reasonable consideration, but I think it's also going to be streamed so people can online. And one of the areas where I think we could be open to the public, where if they are watching it at home or watching it later, that they could send in questions that we could then respond to. I know in other municipalities, they allow direct communication from people who are watching at home to send messages to a particular individual on staff that then can be referred to the appropriate staff for a response. Because traveling in January, I mean, this is incredible, the weather we're having today. But it's not always like this. And I know from attending, it's a different subject, but I attended the symphony on Monday. It was packed. And the management of the symphony is considering to have a matinee as well. So people could come there at 2 o'clock, same performance, but the orchestra is here anyway, so to have two events to accommodate exactly what you're saying. For some people, it's easier to be in the afternoon, others easier for the evening. So I think we are sensitive to it, but because we are scheming it, and perhaps there could be a summary of that presentation by our own staff as to what was presented on January 8th. So it'd be moved and seconded for the discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Corporate verbal report on presentation from the communication strategy. Ms. Svensson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is our annual communication strategy update for Council and the public. So go to the next slide. So the guiding principles are before you on this slide for the communication strategy. And in developing this strategy, we took into account the guidelines to show having two-way communications occurring between the town and residents, and how are residents accessing essential and timely information that impacts their lives in Qualicum Beach. So opportunities for residents to engage in the civic process, having them staying involved with both the town and Mayor and Council, and planning ahead for the town's communication needs so we can be prepared and proactive in our communications. 2023 and 2024 successes. Sorry, just get to the next slide. Progress for 2023 and 2024 for this goal number 1 was to build trust in local government by establishing clear channels of communication between the public and the town. So in that, we did beta testing with the public inquiry form on the town website. So 2 years ago, our communications audit included one-on-one conversations with staff, mayor and council, and it highlighted the need for stronger internal processes and a better flow of information for the public. We heard that loud and clear to have that flow between town staff, mayor, and council. So knowing this, we received our internal processes for how we manage the inquiries, applications from the public. And this led to the development of what now is called the public inquiry form. And we're going to do we did a soft launch this year, and we'll do a more detailed launch in the first quarter of 2025. But over the past few months, we've been working to fine-tune the system and improve the overall user experience. So a feedback survey was sent out to residents after the inquiry was closed, and it's allowed us to continue to make improvements. We've also submitted the project and we were awarded the winners of the MISA, M-I-S-A BC Award for the Spirit of Innovation. So huge kudos to our consultant and to our IT team with Reno and Jason and Fred. And so the inquiry form will officially launch, as I said, with the website in the first quarter of 2025. So the goal 2 was to improve digital communications and access to relevant, timely information, and that's where the new town website is coming into effect. So for the past 6 months, our team has been working to develop a new website for the town with an improved user experience for everyone. And we'll be thrilled as well to launch this, as I said, in early 2025 with some great new features that will make it easier for residents to find exactly what they're looking for, much cleaner processed when you open the site. And so we've been working on improving other communication channels so that no matter how residents access the information, they can stay up to date. So our goal for number 2 was for Facebook. So some highlights for 2024 was our Facebook page, which continues to increase its user follower count. We experienced our first viral post with the beautiful public art installation by the Qualicum First Nation artist Jesse Rakalma, with nearly 500,000 reach of this post. So we had over 8,000 reactions, and the post was shared 800 times. Our communications consultant was over the moon with this, excited, and like I say, it's our first viral post, so very exciting. So we'll continue to work on that. Number 2 was our constant contact, which is, of course, how the council agendas and news information goes out. So constant contact has already had an impressive performance as one of our main ways to keep our residents informed. Last year, we removed outdated lists and created Qualicum headlines on our main newsletter list. We had total contacts to continue growing throughout the year with more people signing up to receive the constant contact. And you can see the numbers there from 2022, we were 1,679, then we bumped up in 23 to 1985, and then for 2024, we're at 2,371. So the open rate was already very, very high for a municipality, more than double the industry standard. However, we did see a slight drop with the reduction of email lists and higher bounce back rates. So we're working on that with our consultants to see if we can't get that back up, but they're not concerned because we already are way higher than the average municipality.
I would say something about Qualicum headlines.
I saw that when I was reading, and I thought, okay, I know it's going to come. That came from the consultant.
And I know some people wonder why I do that. And I guess it's one of my things that I insist on, because this is Qualicum Beach. Qualicum is the name of the school district, and I'll be more sympathetic for people who don't know that when they come and speak to us. But if they say it the second time, I have to ask the question, are you talking about the school district or the town? Because it is Qualicum Beach. And nobody says Columbia, it's British Columbia, or Campbell, it's Campbell River. So it's just a matter, in my opinion, a matter of respect to the town of Qualicum Beach. Thank you.
So goal number 2 is the YouTube. So we have also organized the town's YouTube videos, creating playlists so it's easier for residents to find council meetings, and we time-stamp the videos so viewers can skip to the issue that they'd like to watch if they don't want to watch the entire council meeting. We now promote the videos more actively through our other channels and continue to see our YouTube as a popular way for residents to watch council meetings. So 2024, 2025, what are we up to for the coming year ahead? So our first goal is to strengthen community trust by enhancing communication channels that connect residents and local government. So for the last 2 years, this goal has been to build the trust. And so we've made a huge stride in the past 2 years building and improving our communication channels through social media, email newsletters, lists, building a new website with a focus on access for information and support, and developing the public inquiry system that I mentioned earlier on. This year, we aim to continue developing these channels and maintaining the standards we've set and building for our audiences. So our objective, number 1, is to support improvements and refinements of the public inquiry system. Number 2 is to launch and monitor and maintain our new website. And number 3 is to continue to grow the audience and engagement of digital communication channels. So as I mentioned, the launch will be in the first quarter, and we'll continue to see improvements to those. So goal number 2 is to undertake a visual refresh to strengthen the municipal identity and foster community pride. So last year, our second goal was to improve our digital communication and access to the relevant, timely information. As we've already reviewed, we've made some progress in optimizing our communication. In goal number 2, we want to continue to build upon that for the year ahead. So undertake a visual refresh. So having a strong visual identity will help strengthen the town's trust and the reputation of the town, enhance our communications and messaging, and build community pride. So in early 2025, we'll develop a strategy for an approach, but it will involve community engagement, as it's an important on our new look, as it reflects what the people would like to say that live here in our community. Goal number 3 will be to enhance the community's engagement and participation in municipal decision-making. Our goal here is to help people who may want to participate but aren't sure how, or they feel intimidated. They can learn how they can be involved in the civic process. The first step will be to clarify how local governments work and how to speak to council or present to council, and other ways you can be engaged as a resident of Qualicum Beach. We have started with a section on the new website dedicated to how to participate in local government, and we'd like to continue to support the public involvement through the videos, social media posts, and more in the coming year. Public engagement processes are one of the top ways that residents can participate in forming the future of Qualicum Beach, and we want to review and improve how we can do these opportunities and ways, and why it's important to be a community member and how they can participate. I'd just like to take this opportunity before I close off to thank all of the people that participate in our community processes and give feedback to help improve the process, and also to thank our staff, Bernadette Ritter, and our consultant, Sarah from Idea Camp. Do a really, really good job to take all the feedback and suggestions and make things better for council.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. Any questions, comments? Councillor Harrison.
Well, I, for one, am shocked. I'm having my little Casablanca moment. I'm shocked to hear that people don't watch all of our council meetings. But just one question is that when we're looking at our website, I know in the past search functionality has been, there are documents where I'm looking for example, the 2011 OCP, and it was almost impossible for me to find it, and I'm not entirely terrible with computers. So when we're getting all of these requests for information, is this something that we could build into the website? So instead of having staff creating a process that maybe at the front counter, it can just be on a click on the website. Just to the conversation we were having earlier in the meeting.
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison. So that is one of the main components of the website rebuild, not specifically for freedom of information requests, but just the searchability of documents. So on our current site, all of the documents that are held in File Pro are not what's called OCR, so they're searchable records. And so with the new site, all of the documents are OCR'd, so that when you do a search, you won't be you'll be searching the entire site with the documents rather than having them in two separate spots. For the Freedom of Information request specifically to property, we won't be, we couldn't load property files onto the website, and that's mostly what the Freedom of Information requests are that are coming through. But the searchability of the new site is going to be vastly improved compared to the previous site.
And could we look into, I know other municipalities have done this, I don't know how successful it was, where the community members who are at home can either text or make a phone call to the appropriate staff, and then that question would be relayed to the, if it's about finance, to Mr. Hare to answer those questions as well. So people don't have to be here, but they're watching at home, they can ask questions, and particularly when it comes to budget, where people may feel sometimes, I don't know why, but I understand it, to come out here and speak at the microphone. But if they can just text a message with a question or phone somebody with a question, that we can respond to those as well. Could you look into best practice to see how that works and how, if that's possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So also we have that opportunity at the end of a council meeting that if anyone has questions or comments, so we would actually see a lot of those resulting funneled through that process. Otherwise, we would have the public inquiry system. So we're really trying to get away from people going directly to staff. We're trying to keep a process. We'll have that data. We make sure things are tracked. So we'll bring back a balanced report when we report out.
No, sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear.
Okay.
It's during the meeting, when people are watching and we make a financial presentation and they have a question, that would be real time. They can submit that question and ask council any questions, sometimes from the gallery, but we can also accept input at that time and try and deal with those questions. I know it has happened, I think the City of Victoria tried it, where people at home could text a question, it goes through a staff, so if it's an appropriate question, goes to the person that can answer that question during the meeting, like typically a committee the whole meeting. And I'm just asking if you would look into that. You don't need to respond to it, but can you look into it? And I can perhaps explain a little bit more after. But that's the idea, that people can submit questions in real time and get an answer that we can all hear. We all hear the question, we all hear the answer. No different than if somebody stood up in the gallery. But this would be from their home. Anyway, we can talk about that some more, but that's something I thought was always interested in, to accommodate the engagement of people who have perhaps difficulty making it to a council meeting or committee of the whole meeting. Thank you. Any kind of comments? Councillor Harrison.
Sorry, just one more thing. If I remember our previous term, we won an award for engineering for the spit that's near the roundabout. And we had a perfunctory press release, and then everyone forgot about it. When we do win an award for being the best at something, I do think it's something we should spend a little bit more time celebrating. So one, obviously kudos to staff and the consultant for doing the work on the inquiry system, but we might want to consider doing like a press release on this and letting folks know, because that was the first I'd heard of it. I wasn't aware of that, and I think it's something we should be celebrating. I do think the inquiry system is actually, its consistency is a really wonderful thing. Whereas before, I think a lot of things felt a little bit ad hoc, and did you get the right email to the right person at the right time? Well, then maybe it gets done right away, and then someone else, maybe it's a little bit longer. But this system is really consistent and very transparent, and I do think it's something we should be a little bit proud of. I think we should celebrate that.
I totally agree, and that's why when our finance department got the award, we all stood here with the people responsible for us getting the award, and I think the same should apply for this communication award. So we'll do it at another time, but at a very public session, and also publicize that. Thank you. Any other comments? Well, add our thanks from council to the staff. There's some here, and including some in the IT department, led by Mr. Reno's son, that we're very proud of them and very thankful for the work they've done. Thank you. That concludes the corporate administration report. No, some more. No, that's it. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bench review is the next item under this department. I just wanted to say this is a very big report. We had promised Council Q4. This meets our commitment. It's a lot of information. So I would anticipate Council may consider having staff bring this back at a committee of the whole in January or February. Perhaps we could have a demonstration of the GIS. We could show you where some of these pads are for removal, things like that. Your Worship, there is one item, Council, if you were going to defer the other recommendations, there is one which is recommendation 3 that Council refers to the Operations Department, the request by Borough at Qualicum Beach to sponsor the installation of a pad with a new bench near the hydro boxes across from 579 Memorial Avenue for staff to provide a recommendation to Council. So that would be a report coming back, but at least that would be actioning the request if Council wanted to hold off on the others. Thank you, Your Worship.
I think that's your entire comments are apropos. So I would request a motion or entertain a motion that we would defer this to a future in committee of the whole or council meeting, except for item number 3. Councillor Harrison.
I was just going to say one comment on the policy overall, so maybe just one quick thing before we defer, because technically we're not supposed to debate it if we made a motion to defer.
I would allow that. Go ahead.
So just the one comment I had is on the fee structure. I know we're updating the fees to $2,800 per bench and a 10-year term, as opposed to having a 5-year term and a 10-year term with 2 different rates. But I really actually prefer some of the communities that have a 100% cost, just because we saw some huge spikes in the pandemic for the cost of the benches, which led to some of the delays and some of the headaches. And just because we don't know in 5 or 10 years what the cost will be, if we just say 100% cost for the replacement, like I think it's Campbell River was one example, and there are a couple others, then it doesn't have to come back to future councils to update the fee, essentially, for that. That would be the only comment I'd make. And granted, this is coming back to committee of the whole, so we'll hear what the public thinks about that.
Yep, and you can make a notice of motion when that meeting is published. So would council agree with the preamble from Ms. Varela that we could defer this to another meeting? Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, except for item 3. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So we'll make a separate motion on number 3, if I could, please. Councillor Harrison, Councillor Skipsey. It's pretty clear what that means. And further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? If any? Carried. Thank you. Finance. Mr. Hare.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of the staff report in front of you is to summarize the information that was provided to the Committee of the Whole and to the public during the preliminary budget meeting on November 13th and the public consultation and Committee of the Whole budget meetings that were held on November 20th and 27th, and to receive direction from Council with respect to the 2025 property tax increase to include in the preparation of the 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan bylaw. In summary, the report itself, it identifies the budget pressures leading to the required increase in tax revenue to address the 2025 budget pressures. So an additional $1,174,000 of property taxation revenue is required in 2025 to address these pressures. And what this will do, this will result in an increase of about $19 a month or $222 a year to the owner of a home assessed at the 2025 average assessed value of $995,000. This translates to a 9.6% increase in taxation revenue over the previous year. The report also includes alternative taxation revenue increase options for council consideration. It's important to note that a 1% increase in property taxation generates an additional $122,300 of revenue in Qualicum Beach. In comparison, for a community like Campbell River, 1% generates an additional $541,000 of revenue. The reason I've chosen Campbell River for illustration purposes is because Campbell River's Recent decision of a 2.9% increase was forwarded to staff as a comparison to the town's proposed increase. A 2.9% increase for Campbell River generates $1.6 million in revenue for that community. In comparison, tax increases ranging between 6.6% and 9.6% generate between $809,000 and $1.2 million additional revenue for the town of Qualicum Beach. So in addition to the difference in the amount of revenue generated by a 1% tax increase in these two communities, the pressures being addressed are also quite different, and the needs as well. So for example, Campbell River has chosen only to address contractual increases for police services in transit with their property tax increase. They're not addressing asset management pressures or other service level increases facing the organization, which the town is addressing in its budget. So to compare Campbell River's 2.9% tax increase to the town's is not a fair, equitable comparison. It would not be an apples to apples comparison. I would like to remind you that the actual tax pressures facing local governments on Vancouver Island range from 7 to 15%, as was illustrated in the regional context slide that was provided in the November 27th presentation. So in addition to the staff recommendation, the staff report also includes alternative options for council consideration if council should choose to reduce the tax increase further from the 9.6% recommended increase by staff. And there were 3 alternatives included in the report. So the first alternative basically reduced, it was comprised of reducing the contribution to strategic initiatives reserve by 1/2 and funding a bylaw compliance services position, which is included in the proposed budget, from surplus until a service review is brought forward to council. And that would reduce the monthly increase from $19 to $15, or the annual increase from $222 per year to $180 a year for the average household, which would reduce the increase to about 7.8%. If we were to layer onto that a reduction in the contribution to asset reserves from the 1.5% that's included in the budget to 1%, we could further reduce that increase in taxation revenue to 7.3%, and it would result in a monthly increase of $14 to the average household, or an annual increase of $169. Third alternative that is included in the report is basically it layers on the reduction for the new services. So the budget included a 0.8 FTE in the parks area to address new services that were approved by council during the year. And if we were to remove that from the budget, it would actually reduce the tax increase to $13 a month, or an increase of $153 per year to the average household, and it would reduce the tax increase to 6.6%. Staff has also prepared a few slides with more challenging options if council should wish to reduce the tax increase further than 6.6%. But before reviewing those slides, I've created this slide here to help council understand where council decisions and opportunities to reduce the tax revenue requirement are needed, so that council is focused on providing direction at a policy level rather than at the operational level. So in the case of strategic initiatives and asset reserves, taxation revenue is put into a reserve account, and then individual projects are funded from these reserves. So adjustments to individual projects or initiatives do not result in the decrease to the taxation revenue required. Really, the decision point for council is in the level of contributions that are being made to these reserves that impact the tax rate. Thus, council policy decision-making with respect to strategic initiatives and capital is required, as I had mentioned, at the tax funding allocation level. And while we're looking at this slide, actually, I know the bottom text pieces are a little bit difficult to read, but I've included basically pages 207 to 208 of the agenda, include all of the strategic initiatives that are being funded, and then pages 255 onwards in the budget book have the capital projects in them. And just wanted to also mention that while we're on this slide, earlier in today's meeting discussion with respect to the financial information provided on the records management initiative in strategic initiatives, I'd like to correct myself for nodding to the CAO that the budget was being combined. It was a 2-year budget combined. In fact, it was an increase of 20,000 from a budget of 40,000, budget provision of 40,000 that was included in the plan to 60,000, which was based on updated estimates. I was actually thinking of the policy review initiative, which was a combination of 2 years of budget. So the records management initiative was not budgeted over multiple years. So getting back to this part of the presentation, the taxation revenue directed through the operating budget is for the day-to-day operating activities of the town and is based on services provided. So the consequence of reductions in taxation revenue allocated to the operating budget is a reduction in services. If council decides to pursue a tax increase lower than 6.6%, the next few slides outline some examples of the type of more challenging actions and consequences that could be considered. So we could, council could look at reducing the contribution to the new asset investment reserve. So currently we put about $300,000 a year into this reserve, but the consequences of reducing that reduction would mean that capital projects representing quality of life would have to be reduced. And that means, out of this reserve, we fund $100,000 to $150,000 a year for the community transportation plan initiatives. We also fund the $50,000 a year for accessibility initiatives. The cenotaph at Memorial Avenue and Railway Street for $40,000 is funded from this reserve, and bike racks on the waterfront are funded from this reserve. So it's not a staff recommendation, but it is an option that's available to council should they wish to go below 6.6. Council could also consider reducing the contribution to the strategic initiatives reserve by an additional $125,000. So we would be not contributing anything in 2025. And the consequences of that decision are that they would defer the tax pressure to 2026 when, if they decide to reinstate that contribution. If it's not reinstated, then the outer year initiatives would have to be looked at really carefully and reduced substantially in next year's strategic planning. So right now we could reduce the contribution without materially affecting the 2025 strategic initiatives that have been approved by council. It's the outer years that we would have to look at. Beyond that, council could consider service reductions. So we would reduce existing levels of services for departments. And the consequence of that would be that existing service levels would be reduced. Work plans would have to be adjusted, and depending on the depth of the reductions, we may only have limited opportunity for tax reduction to be achievable in 2025. But it's something council could keep in mind for the strategic initiatives discussion and discussions throughout the year for next year's budget. So staff are seeking council's direction on preparation of the 2025 to 29 5-year financial plan bylaw on January 22nd, and staff will present the proposed 5-year financial plan bylaw for first and second readings at that meeting. If council decides to pursue a tax increase lower than 6.6%, this decision will require the leadership team to work collaboratively and carefully between now and January 22nd to evaluate the required service reductions, options, and their potential impacts. The recommendations will be presented for council's consideration in the proposed 2025 to 29 financial plan bylaw on January 22nd. So thank you, Your Worship. I am going to turn the chair over to you in terms of whether you'd like to go with one of the recommendations in the report or an alternative recommendation for preparation of the financial plan bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. I never did turn the chair over to you, but I gave you the floor. So I want to say one thing, though. I really appreciate that you went out of your way to not only anticipate some of the options that council would like to discuss, but give us some detailed background, including going beyond the 6.6. And that's keeping in mind that if we included water and sewer, if we go with the 6.6, it would be like 5%. And you never hear that number because it's not as juicy in a headline to say it's actually this number, which is higher. So, Council, what is your preference? There's 4 recommendations or 4 suggestions, options on page 184 of your agenda. Perhaps you could bring that up. It's on page 184. So there's some real, scroll it up some more. There. No, up. There. So these are the 4 that could take it down to different levels of taxation. So what is Council's wish? Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so just a question first before I lean in on anything here. I'm looking at pages 221 and 255. One is a consolidated summary of financial management altogether, so all the numbers combined. And the next is our capital plan. And when I'm looking at the capital plan is the asset investment reserve, a $1.31 million expenditure this year. And I'm assuming the asset investment reserve is for new infrastructure because the next one is the asset replacement reserve. It makes sense that the asset replacement is for existing to replace it with upgrading, and the asset investment is for new infrastructure investment. And the reason I'm going back to 221 after that is that when we look at the roughly $7 million for capital, if we essentially have 1.3 million of new capital expenditure, if we reduce that somewhat, would that also be a way then to balance off some of the property taxes? Because the obvious one for me would be the investment of the bus garage, which is $1 million altogether. And if we pause that for a bit, because full disclosure, it's public knowledge, we are looking at acquiring Qualcomm Commons, that might change the plans, because the original plan was basically cordoned off in one area. And then if that frees up money, that we don't have to make some of these cuts, because essentially we're investing less capital from the new the asset investment reserve. I might have it backwards, I might have it wrong, but I'm just checking that first.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Harrison, as I mentioned in the presentation, the elimination of a project or projects that are in the plan would not contribute to a reduction in the taxation rate. Basically, it would be a reduction to the contribution to the reserves that fund those assets. So when we're talking specifically about the bus garage site, the $1 million, the $1 million expenditure is funded through proceeds that we received from the sale of the bus garage site, and a large portion of the investments in new assets in the financial plan are funded through grants and other sources of funding. We have virtually very little funding in the town's asset investment reserve for the town's share of a contribution towards new assets.
Councillor Young.
Just on to that, could we be more specific as to what's available in our reserves? Like, I hear that we're funding from asset reserve, from asset replacement reserve. Then there's also like the water infrastructure reserve, sewer infrastructure reserve. Where are we standing when it comes to our reserve funding?
Mr. Hare.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Young, the 2024 to 28 budget book would give you a really good idea of what we have in our reserve balances for the 5-year. We will be providing in the full budget book on January 22nd updated estimates for the reserve balances for 2025 to 29. But if you wanted to get a good idea of what's in each of our reserves, please refer to your 2024 to 28 budget book.
Thank you. Councillor Vander.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the 0.8 FTE, which is for requests for new services. I'm wondering if in the Parks Department, if we have an extra 1.0 FTE, which my understanding is that would help us to catch up and with the work, because there has been a lot of pressure on the Parks Board. Would that 1.0 FTE help be enough to cover the request for new services?
Thank you. I think we need to clarify the full position that's been talked about and the 0.8 position. I think we need to clarify what we mean by both of them. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Council did receive a report that talked about 1.2 FTE worth of hours to catch up to the existing service level. So we're increasingly falling behind every year. So it's 1.2 to meet your existing service level. It had originally been a request for another 1.0 FTE for new services and expanding green space. We've reduced that ask to 0.8 FTE as one of the initiatives. The pump track was removed. So it's 1.2 to get to existing and 0.8 for new and increased service. And the hours were broken out in the report that Council was provided.
From a Parks management perspective, the ideal situation would be to have two more people working in the department. Mr. Dickinson.
Yes, it would. And that 1.2 is just catching up to services we're expected to provide right now. And the 0.8 is for future services that we'd anticipate in 2025.
Thank you. That answer your question?
Well, kind of. My concern is in the request for new services, I know that it was outlined that part of that would go towards Chartwell and Eagle Crest maintenance and Sutland Park. And I am the liaison for Chartwell, and I know over the last year these issues have continued to come forward. So I suppose what I'm asking is there any way that what they're asking for can be accomplished if we, in fact, remove the 0.8 FTE is basically my question.
Fair question. Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Worship. So all requests for increased services on the books right now, we would be respectfully declining to those residents' associations, depending on Council's decision-making. The one big question for me would be Sutland Park and, what would be the minimum level of service we could provide in the interim between now and when actual further development of the park took place. So that's a bit of a concern for me from a staffing level, but certainly the clear new requests from service or from neighborhood associations or other such initiatives would have to be respectfully declined.
Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to the 1.2 FTE, I also recall that we were dividing up some of the admin, so there would be a 0.5 admin assigned to parks, which may, in my mind, free up some time. If somebody's not spending their time doing admin, then maybe there'd be more time for hands on the ground.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that really is to help us deal with the administrative level. So right now, the foreperson, instead of working more collaboratively with their staff, managing people in a more close relationship, they're having to spend their time doing administrative duties. Certainly, the director, through the manager, through the forepersons, are spending their time undertaking administrative duties that are best performed by an administrative person. Again, no impact to budget with that one because it was a reallocation of a position, the engineering tech. So again, no impact to budget, but it won't actually free up the actual, the people who are actually doing the physical work in the field.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I guess the other part of this is that I think we did pass a motion that there would be a review of the Parks Department capacity during the 2026 budget process. And so I think part of my concern is that it's not so much, we've been asked for the position, but we haven't actually looked at what those additional services that we were intending to provide are and have conversations around that. So I think that with the 1.2 and the 0.5 and a review at the end of 2026, I'm okay with putting that position on hold for another year, personally.
Okay. I think what we're going to is to look at these options, and and I'm sure you've all thought about it, but then we can go one by one, and which one do you think we could accept, and which ones we don't want to accept. Councillor Young.
Sorry, I'm still going to stay on this one. When we talked about there's administration in the Parks Department, so if we have men people in each department, would we need to have a further employee increase in the HR department? Could we cut back there on the new hire?
Ms. Morella, and I see Mr. Dickinson would like to comment as well. Mr. Dickinson.
I was just going to say, just to clarify a little bit with that administrative position, is we have additional services we now provide, which is doing works requests and basically our inquiry system. So we haven't done this before. And what it does is it, in overall, or as the years come forward, we'll have less and less complaints, because we'll get a complaint and we'll deal with it and we'll book it and it's done, rather than people having stickies on their desk going, oh, where did that sticky go? And I kid you not, that is literally my system. So you will have basically, if someone goes, no, nobody ever cleaned this up, then we go through the system and go, oh, that was supposed to be done by Rob. Rob, what happened? And so then there will be a follow-up rather than, I don't know, I don't remember that problem. So this administrative person is going to help us reduce our complaints and also prioritize the works that come in. If it's a tripping complaint downtown, we should get on that, because it's a big issue. But if it's someone that there's a little bit of say some debris after a windstorm, when we're cleaning up whole trees and they have 6 branches on their front walk, then we'll get to that when we can. So this is an increased service which will help the residents. And it's the operations manager, it's all 3 of the 4 persons that they're trying to call people back. They're trying to do all of these things when an admin person can then actually probably get to 3/4 of those calls and answer their questions, so you don't have a manager or a 4-person doing that. They're working with their staff on prioritizing that work. So it'll make us more efficient, but not towards the point where we'll have less staff needed. We'll just be doing a heck of a lot better job. And for HR, for admin people, what this will do is just, again, help the existing workload, because this is a great new service. It's working really well, and the last pilot for the year has shown that. So with this admin person, it will work that much better.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Councillor Young?
Yes, thank you. I guess when it comes to looking at taxes and how we could decrease it, it's a matter of what is the bare bones we really need to have it, and what is a nice to have, and like sometimes it seems like, yes, we would love to be at these higher standards, but it's costing us. So I'm just kind of asking, like, let's consider this. And even I know there's also a proposal to have an increased employee in the bylaw section. So is that needed, or are people happy that we only have 1 bylaw officer and so there's less tickets handed out, or, yeah.
With the Parks, and I think you have a follow-up on the concern raised by the Parks Department issue?
Yeah, I just wanted to also add, for that admin person, it's not really, I'll say, not a increase in service per se, it's just performing the service correctly is probably the best wording, because for myself, being here a year, I have over 7,000 unread emails. So an admin person could probably go through 6,000 of those just with, hey, where's your bylaw on such and such, or where do you keep, like, housekeeping things. Many of those could be answered by someone else and not myself. So it will help a lot of these people get to where they need to do and support them in a way that they expect. And we're, frankly, as myself, definitely are not providing that level of service right now.
And I think it's fair to say that it's almost like you pay now, you pay later. If we don't respond to all these complaints and issues people are asking about, it's going to come up through the ladder to the entire organization and coming back to us. So I think dealing with the way Mr. Dickinson described, I think is more efficient. It serves the public better. And it actually, I don't think it'd be a tax saving if we don't do this. I think it'll actually increase in the cost of monitoring all the complaints and how we would deal with them otherwise. As far as the bylaw officer, that's a different issue. Ms. Perella.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the proposal right now for the admin assistant, as I stated earlier, would not impact taxation. That's already within existing budget, and we're converting a position. So no impact to taxation on that one, or an increased tax levy, I should say. And then with the bylaw person, the recommendation under the options is to convert that to a term position, fund it from surplus. So again, there would be no impact to the increased tax levy if council chose that direction. So just wanted to offer some clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Vela. Councillor Harrison, back to
Sorry,
you.
just because of an ill-advised but adventurous dinner choice last night, I just request a recess for 5.
Okay. Seconding, have a recess for 5 minutes. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, start your engines. Call the meeting back to order. And we are still at these options for council to consider, and there may be others. So any further comments? Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I personally am comfortable with what it takes to get to the 6.6. I'm not comfortable with some of the potential impacts to go beyond there at this point. So I would move alternative 3 if I had a seconder.
Okay, let's look up alternative number 3. Can we put it on the screen as well? Thank you. And that was seconded? Councillor Vander Valk seconding. Discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
I just think, there are people in our community that are struggling, and that we need to be looking at these things. And if there are some that we could delay for a year or go back and have a hard second look for next year's strategic plans and that, then I think we need to do that. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
I'd just be cautious about going this far down. I prefer number 2, but that's just me. I would say too that as the Eagle Crest Residents Association rep, Yambury Park was officially made a park a few years ago. It has 0 hours of service right now, as far as I'm aware. I don't think staff have done anything. So when the ERA historically has met with staff, they just said this is a new service level and we're tapped out. So there are things that I think, there's existing parks we have which could use some additional support. And then the other thing for me is just through the chair to staff. I know we've been told by HR that essentially half our workforce is ready to retire in 5 years. Is this some of the overlap in terms of getting new people in to ensure that we're not left in a position where if a few people retire next year, we'd be at a deficit in terms of our staffing capacity?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Worship. So the report that was provided to council actually laid out the amount of hours that were represented with the new service levels for the 0.8. I believe it was 1,330 hours that we'd be looking to reduce. Part of that was the chipping program as well. So there was Satlam Park, Chartwell, Eagle Crest, and the chipping program, and I'm missing one other thing. Oh, and a change in practice at the train station, which would see increased bagging. So we actually would be taking those 1,330 hours out of the work plan for 2025.
May I make a suggestion and have a good old Canadian compromise? If we hired the person that was on the list to not to hire, which is the 0.8 full-time, if we hired that person in July, so it would cut the expense for next year in half. But because I do realize, and you're not alone getting the questions from members of the public that live in those areas, and also in fairness, because we have Satlam Park. And so I would tend to agree with Councillor Harrison, but I thought if we broke down the hiring to 6 months rather than a full year, it would still be there for the busiest time of year. And how would that work with your work scheduling and the pressure that you have on trying to accommodate the request regarding these new park areas? Mr. Robinson?
Just, for me, just the 0.8 would probably be 10 months of work, not a full 12. So if we're going to have that, we'd be looking at 5 months, excuse me, and we would go through, we'd have to go through this list in detail and probably bring back to council the lesser of evils of that choice, because is it half of everything we're proposing, or do we take some of these things specifically off the list? And my recommendation probably would be that we take some of these off the list, because it'll be basically owning up to, we're not going to do this service, rather than the constant complaints you get for doing a service that's not up to our standards.
And to Mr. Hare, if we looked at hiring someone for that position in July, half the year, how would that affect the tax increase? I have a rough idea, but can you identify that?
Your Worship, if we were to hire later in the year, I believe we could get to the 6.6% tax increase and still fund that position, so we could actually keep the 0.8 FTE in the budget if it's hired later in the year. And then we would feel the tax impact of that in 2026.
Yeah, no, I understand. Is that something, and I would like to hear my colleagues' response to that, is that something we could consider? I know you would go with option 2, and I would lean that way too, but for those who aren't ready for that, Councillor Skipsey, what do you think?
I guess my question would be, would that person be hired on a part-time basis for that amount of time, or are we looking to hire someone on a full-time basis? And I just, because there is, that staff will be reviewing and reporting back to council on the status of the Parks Department's capacity during the 2026 budget process. So I just thought, we can look at that again, and if this could be a temporary position for that period of time, and then we can reconsider.
Yeah, no, I had in mind to make it a full-time position. We're starting later. I know from talking with staff, they're really trying hard to maintain the standards that we've set for ourselves ever since we did Communities in Bloom. And staff take great pride of the work, but by keep adding more, it's like difficult for them to stay high in the morale and acknowledge that the work they're doing is important, but they just can't keep up. So I feel that hiring this position in half the year, but it is full-time, that we can work with the program that we have set for ourselves as far as quality. This is what people see. When they walk around town, when they drive around town or bicycle, they see that work. They don't necessarily see all the work that's happening upstairs. And a lot of it is happening up there too, but they don't see that. They see when the things aren't kept up to quite the standard, as you've heard from residents of Chartwell. And they feel they can see their tax dollars at work, which they don't really see when we do some of the other work that we do behind the scenes, which is equally as important. So I'm in favor of working with staff to accommodate this 0.8 full-time staff, but hire it later in the year. And I think from what Mr. Hare is saying, we can still get to the 6.6 doing that. Ms. Councillor Vander.
I'm just curious, by later in the year, what would that mean when would that mean exactly? Would it be half a year?
Yeah.
Or could we do it earlier and still accomplish the 6.6?
Yeah, Mr. Harris spoke well to that, so I'll ask you to repeat that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I got distracted here.
If we hired the person which is on the number 4 on the list of potential options, if we hire them, that person full-time, but later in the year, in July or so, would we?
My question was actually, to accomplish the 6.6% rather than the 9.6%, when could we hire? What would be the earliest we could hire that position?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if 6.6 is staff's target, I think we could come back with those details. I think it's very difficult for staff to answer a question like that on the fly. So I think what we're really looking for today is what is our percentage target of option, and staff would take direction, and then we could come back at the next budget meeting with implications.
Good point. This is giving direction. This is not a budget meeting. This is just a financial plan. And so we like to go with the 6.6, and we'll leave it up to staff to see how we can manage that. But that's the overall direction. Councillor Harrison.
Just have a couple of questions too. One is that when we look at bylaw compliance, my understanding is the 1.0 isn't to permanently have two, it's to allow an overlap as our previous bylaw officer essentially is able to retire.
Let's not talk about that.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. But just some of these positions, like I did have the earlier question, is this a bridge to allow for knowledge transfer, or is this a new position altogether in perpetuity?
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when we talked about the term position, we discussed the idea of doing a service level analysis. So again, if council wanted to maintain existing service levels, if we wanted to see an increase in something. So again, a term position doesn't lock you into that long-term commitment, but it would allow you time to undertake the service level review, and then you could subsequently make decisions whether you wanted to keep two or if you just wanted that to be a transition.
Thank you. So to make it simple for council, staff, and the public, we're targeting 6.6 and using the options that were presented on page 184 as an area, as a means to get there. We will see the result of that at the reading of the budget, but this is the direction we're giving. We want to target 6.6. All right, so if that's the motion, which is different motion than what we've presented, because the motion that you presented, Councillor Skipsey, I think is to not engage a 0.8 full-time position. But what we're saying is, yes, we think we can do it, and maybe only for half the year, but we still want to be able to engage another person, but within the 6.6% overall. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, we could make an amendment to that if that would be preferred, because we could say, and by hiring the 0.8 FTE provision in the Parks Department in July to address the request for new services. So it would just be, instead of removing, it would be hiring.
Yep. So I think as an amendment, Ms. Varela?
Your Worship, could you leave staff some flexibility with that? Because I really need to go look at the work planning rather than committing to a specific month. So I'm not sure if Corporate Services has a recommendation for amending this motion to reflect Council's direction here today, but we may just need a moment, Your Worship.
Sure. In the meantime, Mr. Hare would like to speak. Go ahead.
Your Worship, we did in the PowerPoint presentation, if Council wished to go with the 6.6%, have a recommendation. If we could go to the second to last slide of the presentation, or third to last, I believe. I'll tell you what number it is. Yeah, if we could go to slide number 8. This recommendation would work for the 6.6, and we would bring back.
Oh, this is number 9. There it is.
Yeah, it's just, so you would put 6.6 in the blank there.
Yes. Now, from a record of the minutes, what would you prefer, that we vote on the ones on the floor and defeat them and come up with a new one, or can we withdraw them?
Through Your Worship, if Councillor Skipsey moved the recommendation number 3, if she could just withdraw that motion, then we'd have a clean slate to start from.
Okay, thank you. And would you make the motion that's written up there without the percentage and it says 6.6? Thank you. And that's seconded? Seconded by Councillor Vander Valk. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
So the one issue that I really have with this, though, at the end of the day, is our asset replacement number. And we remember the 3 bins. And if we go down to this number, we're going away from maintenance of existing, which is basically the original staff position of 1.5%. I think it would take us to the middle one, which is a little bit below the usual standards for our town. So it's going to be everything from paving roads to replacing water mains, things like that. So that's just where the one thing where I get a little bit worried is we do have to start ramping up our asset replacement. And this does result in us choosing a path essentially for asset replacement that we might want to think, is this, traditionally Qualicum Beach has been very high quality services and you pay a little bit more in taxes. And that's just sort of the understanding. So I just want to make sure before we lock in 6.6 as a hard number, that we think long and hard about what do we want the general state of our assets to be in the long term. I know the staff did mention that we can bump it up to 1.5 next year, but I think we're going to have that conversation every year of if we don't do it in the near term. So that's just the one reason why I'm a little bit hesitant to go to the lowest number of all of them. Because the other thing is that if we go for, say, like 7%, I know 7.3 was the middle option, but if we say a little bit higher, that might give us a little bit of wiggle room on some of these things, where maybe we don't do between 1 and 1.5, but say 1.25 or somewhere in the middle for that asset replacement number. Because I just think that if we, well, we'll get a report from staff anyways from this, because this isn't locking in the budget at the end of the day. This is just getting general direction for the budget. But I do think we're going to want clarity on what does this asset replacement number look like in the real world if we commit to it over the long term, and then what does it mean in the short term? Because I think that's a conversation the public's going to want to have.
Yes, I agree, and that's why we're having the meeting on the 8th of January to talk about these, I hate to use the word buckets, but different options, and that will explain rather than what does that mean on the ground. What projects are we referring to that will not be maintained as best as we could? I think this today is really about setting general direction. And if after the January 8th meeting, both council, staff, and the public realizes that is not a good direction to go, then we can make that adjustment. But this year, I know a lot of people are struggling with the tax increases. And the RDN, we had a, I think, 9.5-hour meeting yesterday. A lot of it was about the budget and trying to find savings. And it's not easy. They're having a huge issue at the region district with hiring staff, but most of them are a result, not because of the wish list of staff by any means, but by the direction set by the board. And one of the directions set by the board was public transit. So to do the transit, you have to have drivers. So a lot of these people are basically driving the buses, which is mostly paid for overall from the overall transit budget by the city of Nanaimo. And they're okay with that because they said, this is what we want. So they didn't really want to discuss whether to hire less drivers or part-time drivers. This is what the direction that the board had said through staff who are now saying, well, to accomplish that, these are the people you're going to have to hire to make it work. And so I'm okay with the 6.6 at this point. But when we get more information, we always need to be having an open mind. If it requires that we need to adjust that either next year and catch up, which can happen, because we won't have the same pressures on the same areas as we do this year. But we need to be practical and also realistic. And right now, what I'm hearing from people is more about the cost of living, the taxes, and anything we can do to help. I think we're going in the right direction. If it goes 6.6, and I believe I'm told one time that if we included water and sewer, it's really actually 5%. And I think most people would say, okay, you've done the work, you looked at what is practical, and we don't want to let the roads and stuff deteriorate to the point where it's going to cost a lot more to fix it. So you want to have that asset maintained according to a schedule that makes sense and is affordable. So with that, on the number being filled in at 6.6, any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the agenda on the screen so people can see where we're at. Please. So we have the East Village Local Area Service Security Issuing Resolution. And who would like to introduce that? Mr. Hare, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the 2023 capital budget included an expenditure provision for the East Village, or for completion of the East Village Phase 2 capital project. And this provision was funded through a local area service comprised of 3 property owners. It allowed for borrowing of up to $1.325 million, with debt servicing costs intended to be funded through parcel tax. 2 of the 3 owners elected to pay their share of the project costs upfront rather than by debt. The other chose to pay through a parcel tax to be applied over 30 years to fund the debt servicing costs for their proportion of costs. So the regional district requires a security issuing resolution to be approved by council as part of the final steps of the borrowing process. And so this report requests council to pass the security issuing resolution to complete the borrowing required so that we can receive the funds in the spring issue. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, Your Worship.
What is council's wish? Councillor Harrison?
Move the staff recommendation, please.
Thank you. Councillor Young, seconding. Discussion. Councillor Vander.
I just had a question. The owner number 3 has the property for sale. And I'm wondering, in that case, if the property sells, what happens with this tax or service?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Vander. So the obligation to repay this amount is attached to the property and not to the owner of the property. So in other words, if the property sells, that obligation continues with the next owner. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Skipsey.
Thank you. Just further to that then, so if we had new owners and they wanted to pay it off, they would have the opportunity to do that?
Mr. Seals.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Skipsey. That's a nuance that's not specifically laid out in the legislation, and we've been asked it before, and we still need to look into it a little bit more, because when the town took on that debt, we had an obligation to continue, paying that debt and keeping that debt for I believe it was 10 years. So in other words, we've already committed to it, and so we're not sure how it would work with a property owner if they chose to repay earlier. So, Mr. Hare.
Thank you. If I can just add to that, when we borrow from the MFA long-term, we don't have an opportunity to repay that debt before the 10 years. So it would be very unlikely that we would accept payment up front, because we would continue to incur debt financing costs on that. So we would probably provide them an option at, Mr. Sales was saying, at the 10-year renewal anniversary where we could pay that debt off.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, but this is over a 30-year period, but is it after the 10 years and it opens up a bit more? Is that?
That's what it sounds like. There's an opportunity to make a lump sum payment.
I believe you have an option to pay off the debt after. That's your first opportunity to make a lump sum payment.
Okay, anyone else? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Planning and Community Development, Operations, Workplace Modernization. Who would like to take that on? Mr. Sales? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. The next item on the agenda is regarding a request for authorization to issue a request for proposals for a workplace modernization needs assessment. So there's been discussions a number of times at the council table in terms of how council and the town can proceed with a modernization of the town's public works and parks facilities. There's been discussions of combining them into a single facility, perhaps upgrading in place. So this project is step one of that. Before we decide whether to upgrade in place or pursue a new location, we need to assess exactly what the needs are currently with the two parts of our operations team, what they need now, and what we can anticipate that they will need in the future. With that information, then we would be in a position to potentially, identify the site and do feasibility assessments on the site. So this process is similar to when the town decided to build a new fire hall. The first step of that whole thing was deciding what kind of a fire hall we needed in the first place. So we're at that stage of the process. It's the first step in And so the recommendation is to issue the request for proposals. Awarding that contract would be done by council in a future meeting. So this will come back to you again, but we're requesting to proceed with the first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Just comment. The city of Nanaimo has tried to do this as well. Of course, they're 10 times bigger than Qualicum Beach, and so is the number. But 3 times they were rejected by the alternative approving process. The numbers in our budget into the future for this is huge. And if we keep that number in mind as we do this analysis, we may get a different response than if we say, you know, don't look at that number. Look at really what we need and not tailor the answer to the budget. So I just want to caution that we shouldn't preempt the conclusion by the budget number that is there. And alternatively, I also would like to ask, who would be part of that consultation? Council, staff, the people who work in those facilities? And I'm saying that because I think most of us had a look at the building that the Qualicum Memorial Golf Course built for their, call it utility building. And it was, I think, under $1 million, but the people that work there are very happy, larger rooms for their meetings, their coffee, their lunchroom, whatever it is, and also storing their equipment. So if we look at budget restraints, and we heard that today, I think if we had to borrow that kind of money, it would have to go to referendum, and I'm pretty sure what the result would be. So let's start off with reality and say, you don't use that number as a reference. Look at what we need. We hear about that a lot. Not what you wish for, what you would like, but what do we need to keep the equipment in good shape, but most importantly, to also send a message to our crew that we respect them, we want to raise morale, but can that be done without spending that kind of money? And I personally, and I'm just thinking out loud, I went to the Public Works Yard, and I could see that the buildings they're using today for their lunch and where we have the water repairs and also some other shop works there, that needs to be replaced. But it can be replaced by building a new building on site and then move everything over. That's at least from a layman's perspective. And if it was my money, that's what I would do. So I think we need to be careful how we initiate this project, how we initiate this review or research, that we always have to keep in mind the taxpayers. And if we can accommodate our crew the best as possible, I know that at times, especially when we start the snow season, is to bring all the crew, both from Parks and Public Works, into one place and explain our strategy of how we're going to attack the snowfall or any other emergency that comes up with after a windstorm, that they can all come together and get the directions from our director to make sure everybody's efficiently doing what they're supposed to. But I don't know if you need 2 big buildings. I know there was talk about the shop, which was the old gym from KSS, or the middle school. At first, people thought, what is going on? Well, I liked the idea a lot. It wasn't going into the landfill. It was being reused, and I think it's working well. So I would like to work with what we have as much as possible and not engage in a direction that says we're going to be spending a lot of money. So that's just my thinking out loud about this process, but I thought I'd just lay that out to tell you exactly. I put all my cards at the table, and here they are. Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I think in terms of council interaction at the start, we're going to have a very loud voice at the end, so I think we shouldn't have it on both sides. But the point made about management staff as well as the workers themselves is well put. But again, this is something that I think maybe staff would be looking at that as we actually develop our RFP. But I think also too, we get hung up sometimes in this town on the sticker price, but we don't look at the operational cost. And so if we move a building slightly over and we have a dump of snow, and then now you have the old site and what's there. So the existing site for East Village would be a great place to put a lot of parking. Well, they're not exactly going to run a work truck through a parking lot. That's going to be awkward. So I think we want to look at the operational costs if we go with different options over time. How does that compound? Originally, when we paused this too, we were also looking at efficiency in terms of emissions as well. So that was one of the reasons we paused it. So that should be a lens as we move forward with this. But I do think too that I'd be interested in getting the reports back on. I clearly see why the public works yard is at the end of life cycle. Like the gym that the mayor mentioned a couple years ago, windstorm, the roof came off, and I think it was a 6-digit replacement. And I think it was just over $100,000 to put the roof back on, and now recently we've done some other work on it. So there are costs if you have older buildings and you don't replace them with ongoing maintenance. So I just think this will be a very interesting report, but we should get this first step done.
Thank you. I need a motion to go beyond the 3 hours. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, all in favor? We can be on. Go ahead. Were you completing your comment? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Skipsey.
Yes, my comments or question was going to be around emissions as well, because I remember there was direction about looking at the most efficient space. So I just wondered if that could be mentioned at least somewhere in the RFP.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Young.
I just have a question. How costly would it be to, like, if the site was moved to another location, because this site where it is right now could be utilized for maybe something better like housing? How expensive is it to clean the soil?
I think we're going a bit ahead of our schedule. Let's look at the needs of the Parks and Public Works, and then we can look at, if that comes up, that we may have to relocate, what would be the cost of cleaning the air? Because there is a fuel tank. There's been fuel tanks there for a long time, and that's an issue. But let's take that step when we get to it. Councillor Vander.
I'm just wondering what work or research has been done on this to this point. Like, how did we come up with that figure?
Yes, good question. The number in the budget, how did we come up with that number? That's just interesting. Go ahead.
So I'm assuming that you're referring to the total,
Yeah.
the total budget of 12 million is essentially the combined total. So that combines the initial needs assessment, feasibility study, and then the capital program. So that was based on a comparison of other operations facilities that have been built in the province in recent years, but then reduced significantly because the original number was so large, we at staff didn't think that it was feasible. So, if we had put in a number that was actually comparable to the facilities that have been built in the province, it would be a very different discussion right now. So we essentially halved that number and put it in the budget and put forward that request to council.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
And just one thing I forgot, when we're comparing to other buildings, maybe staff can correct me, but I believe this public works facility would have to be built to a very high standard in terms of seismic, which maybe some of the golf course building is probably to a much lower standard, I would assume. But staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's one of the requirements for the buildings. They have to be built to a very high standard in terms of seismic because they're supposed to be able to operate in the event of a disaster. It's I think, but if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Mr. Seals or Mr. Miller?
I'll jump in first, and if I miss anything, let me know.
Jumping in ahead of our CAO.
I beat her to the mic. That's fair.
That takes courage.
Well, I wanted to say there are some elements of municipal operations that are required to continue after an emergency, a disaster, and those would be higher standards. But that's not true of all elements of a building. So that's part of the needs assessment, is to figure out exactly what needs to be built to what standards and lay the framework for a subsequent feasibility study. Thank you.
Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think the needs assessment is a really good first step because of all the reasons that Council has discussed today. And certainly senior staff is going to go on a tour and look at some options such as the building that you mentioned. We know there are issues of scale and scope that wouldn't be applicable, but again, I think we stay curious, move through the needs assessment and let Council make its governance decision as they deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. I love your term, stay curious, because we can't have our closed mind. We need to have an open mind on all the issues that have been raised and will be debated as we proceed. So with that, is Council prepared to vote on this recommendation? Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then there is a request for reconsideration of the tree permit appeal policy. I think since we have engaged, or we will be engaging a consultant, I would actually move that we defer this to the consultation process that we will start early in next year. Yeah. Number 3 is the motion that was on the alternatives. Councillor Vander Valk seconding. Discussion. Councillor Harrison.
Just through the chair to staff, could we get a rough ballpark? Very rough ballpark. I understand that you're not going to have a precise date, but when would that roughly be, like Q1, Q2, Q3?
Mr. Sales?
Thank you.
Oh, you're very flexible.
Through the chair to Councillor Harrison, we haven't determined the exact timing, and it depends somewhat on other initiatives that are underway in the planning department. So I think further details will be available early in the year once we've mapped out the OCP review and some other things going on. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because what I was going to suggest is actually a change to the bylaw itself. But technically, we're debating the deferral, which is a different thing. So I'll just have to stay mum about that. But the real problem for me, the reason I think we're getting all these appeals is because of the security, basically. I don't think it's the idea of replacing trees. I think it's the security. And that's where I think we could do an interim change to that. And then we have more time to address the policy in a broader way.
So are you referring to the policy which is the very end of the package?
Yeah, it would be basically, if I was going to do things formally, to say lay on the table. But basically what it is, I would suggest, is like compare it to, say, littering. You don't give the town $500 and then get the money back when you prove you haven't littered for 2 years. All right? It's a bylaw that you pay if you violate something. So how about we just do it as like a fee? If the tree doesn't live 2 years, we have to check it anyways. You pay the $700 then. Otherwise, there's no cost. You've kept the tree alive for 2 years. And that will probably reduce the majority of our appeals altogether. Some of these other points I think are very well made about proximity to buildings and some other things. But my hunch is that it's the replacement fee and the security is really what people are worried about.
Yes. I know we're going through this consultation, but if council wants to get rid of some of these issues that people are concerned about or struggle with, how would that fit in with the procedure? If Councillor Harrison, for instance, made a notice of motion for the next council meeting to deal with that particular item, how would that work as far as procedurally? Mr. Seals?
Thank you. So what Councillor Harrison is referring to would require a bylaw amendment. So it would need to go through the process of, at a bare minimum, 3 readings on one day and then 1 reading on the next, and then the lead up time in terms of preparing the amendment. So there is a bit of a process to it. In a perfect or most efficient world, you could delegate some things to staff, but that cannot be done by resolution. That would also have to be done by bylaw. So it's the same process one way or the other. So the policy that staff have prepared is essentially the closest to a stopgap measure as we could come up with, short of a full bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vander Valk.
Yeah, I would rather see that we do have the consultant report and not make assumptions about what the problem is or what will work or not work before we get that full information. So I would that's what I would prefer, that we get the consultation and find out the results and take it from there.
All right. So the motion is on the floor. Ms. Svensson, just to defer any of these items to the review. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harrison opposed. There was one item that perhaps we weren't clear on as I thought, and that is the point 8 for parks, full-time employment. So what does staff need to get clear direction? Ms. Varela.
Thank you, Your Worship. So direction from council earlier in the meeting is that we would loop back to it in this meeting. I think given the discussion about the 6.6 and staff coming back with some possible paths forward, if we could just get direction to refer that to a future meeting of council, that will give us the flexibility we need.
Sure. I think that is in line with what we discussed. So if I have a motion to defer the point 8 full-time to a future meeting, Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. And then we had on the agenda as well a housing needs report, which was going to be, I think, a verbal presentation by Mr. Sales. Go ahead, Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Mayor Westbrook. So there isn't a presentation of the actual housing needs report today, but I did want to advise council that that report has been finalized by a consultant. So Deloitte was hired on behalf of the regional district to complete this housing needs report for Qualicum Beach, Lanceville, City of Parksville, and the region. That was to fulfill the requirement by the province under Bill 44. So, big picture, once again, housing needs report was required this year. Next year, we need to do an OCP review to ensure that there's enough housing allocated in our OCP to meet the full housing needs over that 20-year period. And then the next year, 2026, we'll have to do the zoning amendment. So this report, which has been done by Deloitte, does fully fulfill the town's obligations under Bill 44. It'll be posted to the town's website. I was going to say later today, but given the timing, it'll probably be early, tomorrow, and it'll be posted, hopefully in an area that is easy to find for the public. And if anyone is having trouble finding it, then they can reach out. But it will be available tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very efficient. So with that, we need a motion to go and close. But before, since this is our last regular council meeting, I want to thank staff, council, and most importantly, the people who've been attending faithfully at our council meetings and the committee of the whole meetings. I wish you a wonderful holiday season and a Merry Christmas. Thank you. With that, a motion to close. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vander, all in favor? We are closed. Thank you.